Hello. We are back. We're back. Welcome. I don't think that's live.
Testifying with a mask.
Oh yeah, they're still talking about the fussing over the mask and stuff. We have about 15 minutes, I think, before they're supposed to come back. So I figured we go ahead and come back. I got to take Lucy out on a little walk. It is hot outside, but she got to go see her friends in the office, which she loves. Every time when I take her out, they give her treats. When she goes potty and she comes back by the office, they give her treats, so she's excited. So she had a little walk and had a little treat, and now she's snoozing again. Useless thing. Good morning. Oh, it's not morning anymore, is it? Good afternoon. Hello. Let's see, everybody's filing in. I'm exhausted. I made me some more coffee. This is, I think, my third cup in my I love this cup. I use it all the time. It was one of the coolest gifts ever. Oh, goodness gracious. Let's see. Everybody take your seats. Portland. Oh, I didn't do I got to get used to this whole 2 streams a day thing. I did not do the tailgate thing. I'm sorry. I didn't. But, oh, God, these headphones. But Portland Trailblazers TV was the first back in the tailgate. Shireen was second, and Ivan was third. Welcome back to y'all. Let's see. I'm begging the heavens for a nice, calm ending to the week. Let's hope so. Let's see. I'm supposed to go have a girls' night tonight, which I did not prepare for, because if I could have had a little bit more sleep, then I'd be much more prepared for girls' night. But we don't have court tomorrow, so that's all right. Everybody's filing in. Welcome back. I forgot. I said I would share this on Twitter when we started back. Let's see. We are back for round 2.
That would be great. The second proposition would be the first of her 2 notes was a question, and it was, why can he see me and we can't see him? Also lets us know that her concern is the math.
They're still arguing over the same stuff. They're not actually back yet. Wanted to listen to make sure. So welcome back. You know what? I do try. I can't hang though, y'all. I'm an old lady now. I can't hang the way I used to. But I try. It's funny because I have, even 2 of my friends are older than I am, and they outlast me still. I'm the one that dips out early every single time. I'm like, yeah, girls' night, woo! And then at 9 o'clock, I'm like in the corner getting an Uber without anybody knowing. Let's see. Did anything actually happen today? Well, Sunny Tanner, I'm glad you asked. I can tell you what happened today. We had 3 sidebars and 3 recesses before court let out at 11:45. So we got to hear the gangs expert, the undercover gangs expert, not testify to anything about the trial, but about the process and the basically all the foundational stuff, everything foundational that you could possibly hear, he testified to. And then as soon as she moved to have him recognized as a gangs expert by the court, then we sidebarred, we took a shot, did a squat, and then went to lunch. So that's what we've accomplished today. Okay, so let's talk about the juror. The jury is already asking how long this is going to take, which is one of the reasons that this whole cell phone thing is driving me nuts, because if they continue to keep arguing about it, it's delaying everything. They need to make a decision and move on. We are now down one alternate. They've replaced one juror today with an alternate. That leaves us 2 alternates. We've still got a long way to go in this trial. And if they drag this out and we have more jurors that their name gets said out loud on TV and now they're too sick to come in, and we run out of alternates, then that can be a problem. So I think this is one of those situations where this, is messing with the process. We need to get some stuff going. Let's see. You know what? I was pretty spunky in my day, but my energy is not the same as it used to be. I have, since I got sick, I have like a lot of long-term permanent damage, and I have to wake up every 2.5 to 3 hours during the night. So I don't sleep well, and that doesn't help me at all. And since going through cancer and stuff, my energy is just not what it used to be. I used to be able to stay out past 10 o'clock. Oh, not anymore. Let's see. Yep, only the 6th day. Today is day 7. It's day 7. Y'all, today is day 7. It feels like day 74, doesn't it? Lawn Crime has a poll that says 78% not guilty. Yeah, they've been, their polls over there have been trending. You want to do one? Thank you for asking. The call with my doctor did go well. I got the good news I was hoping for. So I am still clear. Still no signs of cancer coming back. So I'm still clear. It was a call I was hoping for. So hopefully now maybe I can actually get some sleep. The night before those calls of the results, I don't sleep at all. If I fall asleep at all, it's like my mind just goes, and then I have dreams about it and stuff. So it's those first 5 years or so. It's such a high rate of cancer coming back. So those so those calls are a lot. All right, let's do a poll. based on what we've seen so far. Guilty? You're not guilty. Still undecided. All right. So to be clear, the still undecided is something that we do in the chat as we're going through things, still hearing evidence and stuff. So this is not a final decision. This is which way you're leaning. This is knowing that we have not heard all of the evidence yet, that we are still, things are still coming out. We're still early on. So when we do our final stuff after we've heard everything, there is no still undecided, because if you're undecided at that point, then undecided means that it's not proven beyond a reasonable doubt. So that means not guilty. But while we're going through the process, this is just kind of which way you're leaning right now. So we'll see. Yeah, this is not like if you were, this is not one of those things like if you were a juror, which way would you vote? Because obviously we know a lot more than the jury does. So this is just based on what you've seen, which way you're leaning. How to see what everybody's thinking. Check my Twitter. Yes, I can check my Twitter. Let's see. Oh, Bryson is leaving the courtroom for the day. He will be back tomorrow. He will be back tomorrow. Let's see. So far, we're at 44% guilty, 35 still undecided, and 20% not guilty. Hello, hello. Yes, we are live. We're waiting on them to come back. I think they're supposed to be back any minute. Any minute. Of course, you know how that goes. Let's see. We're actually we're pretty split, not evenly distributed, but a lot closer than I thought. Right now we're 46% guilty, 33 still undecided, and 21 not guilty. Interesting. Let's see. How's the trial going? It's going. Let's see. Law and crime commentators are very pro Melly. Yes, they are always very pro defense. And they generally have a lot of defense attorneys on there, so it would make sense for them to be pro defense, because that they are looking at it from a lot of times from a legal perspective, so it makes sense. Life lesson says, what trial? Yeah. Slow as baby turtles. That's the dang truth, y'all. Okay. Gabriella says, did you talk about what is ironic about the juror with the mask issue? So here's the thing with the juror with the mask issue. Do you know how extensive the process is to get qualified as a juror for a death penalty case? Like, the amount of questions and time that they put into this to avoid things like, that could come into, I mean, it's a very extensive process to be made a death penalty juror. So for somebody who has gone through all of that and is having this much anxiety because she saw someone get robbed when she was a kid. Because here's the thing, if you saw someone get robbed when you were a kid and you're having anxiety, totally makes sense. That totally makes sense. But that is something that I would have expected to come out during their very extensive process. But what do I know? I know a lot, actually. Let's be honest. Just joking. They started it in April. They started jury selection in April. I think she wants out like the other juror. Real boring housewife, you know what? I think you're right too. And I also think that it's very ironic that
truth of the matter asserted, but I don't see what the tie into the defendant, Mr. Dennis, is.
Sure, Your Honor. So in terms of all of the messages that you have before Your Honor, the messages in green are the statements of the defendant. So what I did was...
How come they start out with young sack chaser Howard? I thought I was advised previously that that was not Mr. Dennis, that he had a different name or something along those lines.
He does, Your Honor. So that is a remnant from Celebrate. I don't know why it does that on there. That's something defense can argue, but what Your Honor can show, Your Honor, is on the phone itself, and these are approximately 300 images that I was able to put together in about 15 minutes. There are some that will only show on the computer here because it has the specific codec that is required. But in each of these images, there are 300 of them that I can go through that show the defendant on FaceTime calls with his mother, with his grandmother, and I can go through them individually and show that they are on and from the device itself. So the report that's up on the screen now, Your Honor, will show that sometimes images are sent to the defendant. For example, this picture here, which is the photograph of the defendant and his mother. That was an attachment that was sent to that particular phone. Now, that to be contrasted with for example, this image here, which is showing a file path of the actual phone itself. This is DCIM 100 Apple. This is being taken on an Apple iPhone XS Max, which is the phone that the defendant was using, that is attached to that 772-713-9807. So in total, Your Honor, this is just 300 of there's 10,000 images on the phone in total, and this isn't even talking about any of the videos, of which there are many videos on there that also show the defendant on that. You have photos of the defendant, for example, I'm trying to for the screenshots where he is taking, there are selfies, there are images that are taken from various phone conversations in which he is doing the FaceTime. For example, this one right here, if it ends in .png, Your Honor, that is indicative and can be testified to that is a screenshot. When an iPhone takes a screenshot or a capture of whatever is on the screen, then that's going to be a .png format. So that's what we have here. In this one, you have a photo of the defendant in the small top of the screen, showing that he is the person making the phone call, and then the person he's speaking to on the video chat, his little brother, is there in the larger one. So here's another example of that, and this also shows that the defendant made FaceTime video calls as his regular course of conduct, which goes to show and explain why, for example, there's not a data call, there's data used, but not a cell phone or a CDR. Here's another one of the defendant, and this is also consistent with being on the T-Mobile LTE network, which are the records that the records custodian testified to and are in evidence. So that is just one example, and I have the full printout of what I just showed, of the 59 pages with all the thumbnails of every image as well, to show for Donna on that. There's more, counsel. Yes.
Well, maybe should we take the arguments piecemeal or?
I'm sorry, what is, this is a different.
Those are the 300 photos that I provided to Your Honor.
These,
Yes, that is now showing the path of the directory location where each and every one of those photos was found, whether it came to the device as something that was sent to the device as an attachment on a message, or whether it was actually created by one of the devices themselves.
and how about at or about the time of the murder in question?
There are images that predate that, including, and then there are text messages and conversations that are done at or about the time of the murder, including conversations with the defendant's mother. So for example, I'll show Your Honor now what has been extracted from that same cell phone. And this is also information that predates the murder. So there's no reason or motive to lie or anything at that point, because at this point, the victims are still alive. And so we also then have the defendant's conversations before and after, which show the same pattern of speech, the same way he is communicating on these, which show that he is the individual that had care, custody, and control of that phone at the time. So I'm going to start, and I appreciate the result on this one. And this is from a phone number that is identified as.
Your Honor, before we continue, I would respectfully suggest that we take my retort to their argument piecemeal so that we don't lose the significance
Thank you.
of each.
She's gonna, counsel's gonna proceed with her
Okay.
argument, and her thing, you'll get a chance to speak.
So we have, this is prior to the homicide, this is going to be August 30th of 2018. The phone number 772-501-6942 that said to a crazy lady. Again, we'll get into why it's a B shortly with the next witness. In this case, this is the defendant's mother. This is Jamie King. Because if you go to state 63 on the subscriber records, that is the other phone number that is subscribed to Miss Jamie King at that time. Additionally, defense counsel provided Jamie King's records to the state to show that that is her phone number and represented it as such. So this is discussions and where he is calling her mom about and talking about the argument and the fight between the defendant, Sack, Chaser, and as he's referred to at this bottom message, where she is talking to Mr. Demons about that person, showing that it is not Sack that is on the other end of this line or this particular phone call. Moving on, and then we also have where a discussion, this is still August 30th, and talking about how
I don't know what all going on. He's talking, making a live video talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that. I love you. And that's your best friend. This is not for social media. And
Sorry,
then,
hold on one second.
sure,
Can you repeat that, please?
Of course.
Fast.
sure. So if you go through this whole conversation here, starting with, how is his sister going on social media talking about punching me in face, my fault, from the individual that's been identified as Jamie King by the phone records, by the subscriber records that are in evidence already. Then going on the reply is, you started it by texting his mama, it's gonna be problems, and not even knowing what you're talking about. You a grown-ass lady doing childish shit. Ain't nobody tell you to text her. She minding her business, going to work, you effing with her. The response then, she could have called me or texted me back, not have you or daughter all on social media talking about fighting me like I cussed at her. I didn't even say one cuss word when I texted her. I said nothing disrespectful and you know it. I wish you took up for me like that when Aunt cussed me out and tried to fight me. Again, this is talking about Anthony Williams on that. So like I said before, the next message on August 30th, I don't know what's all going on. He's talking about making a live video, talking about your mother. It's going to make people hate you. That's why I have never and would never do that, because I love you and that's your best friend. This is not for social media. So continuing on, next page. In this particular page, this is again referring to these social media conversations on that with regards to Anthony Williams and the defendant's mother. So for here, no, I'm not your actions I take up for you. I have people telling me your son doesn't care about you. That Jamell Demon's mother is Jamie King. Here she is identifying that she is speaking to her son in that. So then I want to go then to after the time of the homicide, in which Jamie King is sending a text message to her son, send me your location. I'm in Stewart. I love you so much. He then sends a return the location showing at or about the time of the crime as to who was using and doing that. Okay, love you again from Jamie King. I'm at your gate. I'm going to get the trash. The next response is bring Mariah, which you honored already heard testimony that Felicia Holmes, her daughter, Mariah Hamilton, was in a dating relationship with this defendant, and that at this time, and that there was conversations, and that she has identified Mariah as Mariah Hamilton. Then there is okay. It continues. He then asks his mother to buy him a Glock ASAP, and telling her, like, go now. So she then responds, okay, what's wrong? She says, I got your 45. Then his response, I just don't want no illegal gun. Well, that's not illegal. Continuing on, but I'd rather have a Glock 40 or a 19. She says, okay. His response is, I'll pay you when you get down here. She then says, okay. Then,
Your Honor, I object to this. Is she going to read the entire phone? This does not go to the heart of her objection. This is being done for the cameras.
Counsel, I asked her to put on a proffer of what she anticipated, is what she's telling me and how it's relevant. Go ahead.
continuing on, there's then discussions about other witnesses. I'm waiting on track to cash at me the $1,000. And then she asks, is someone threatening you? To which he replies, no, ma. This is his mother that he's talking to. And he's saying, I'm not scared, just listen. This is clear proof and evidence that this is Jamell Demon's phone because he is speaking with his mother on that one. So on the Last one that shows November 3rd, 2018. Love you too, Ma, and yes, son, on that, where she is identifying that as the phone that is being used by her son, and that is on the subscriber records. However, that's not the only thing. In addition, the defendant also, in other conversations at or about the time of the homicide, sends a photo of his driver's license to someone to be able to authenticate and show specific items in terms of going through and setting up a rental. And even has so much as puts the address of 805 Northeast 4th Avenue.
What's the date of that, Council?
That one is September 28th of 2018. That shows that the defendant has previously been to the studio and knows that. Also talks, and this is a conversation with Adrian Davis, in which he is using this phone, sending in pictures of his driver's license on this phone. And some of the other pictures and items that Your Honor has in front of you, there's pictures of credit cards, front and back, with the defendant's name on them. There are multiple things that show that this phone was being used by the defendant, Jamell Demons. There is no evidence before Your Honor that it was being used at the time of the crime by anyone else. In addition, the defendant is seen on camera in possession of a phone as he is leaving the studio on October 26th of 2018. At that point, there's a phone in his hand. That phone then tracks, and you can follow on all of the call detail records and all of the mapping that was done and put in yesterday to show that this phone goes from the studio and is consistent with the phone of Anthony Williams, which is the other phone that's on there on T-Mobile, and all the way out to the scene of the crime. Then it continues until, at which point the phone separates, and Anthony Williams' phone and Christopher Thomas's phone goes to the hospital, and that is what is consistent with that, and they are recovered at that location.
And Council, I don't understand this Celebrite, why that would put a different name on the text messages.
So in terms of that, if there is any time that anybody else has used the phone, and for whatever purpose on that, if they have logged in on other social media account, that could put that name on there. However, it is who was using the phone at the time that is important. And so this and all of the information and everything on these show that it was the defendant. And by the defense suggesting it was not, that makes even more items relevant to show. For example, defense counsel brought up and showed images of a very intimate nature that was shown of the defendant. The contention that someone would allow photos of his penis to be accessed and sent out by friends and other people is absolutely ridiculous. So just the conversations that you have read as well include pictures of the defendant, and those are in there, with other people in which he is acknowledging interaction with them and the contents of the photos. Those individuals are the ones that are identified as the gang members that he is associated with.
Thank you. Anything else?
Defense. Yes, sir. Thank you. What we have said, which is the gravamen of our objection, is that this phone was used by others as well. First question the court put to the state was, how come it says Sack Chaser Howard? I was told that was the nickname of one of the decedents. The state's answer is, I don't know. And that answer is not good enough. The court circled back to that question and asked, and the state just said, I don't know if you, on Celebrite, it might capture it like that with T-Mobile, and it could capture it like that if anybody else ever uses the phone, ever. That, first of all, she's not an expert. We have not heard testimony to that effect. And if she's offering testimony as to how a phone can get identified by a certain moniker that is not the defendant's, and her answer is, I think that that's how it might be if somebody used it ever, would run in direct contravention of this notion that he used the phone exclusively. So the state is conceding by its very contention that somebody else used that phone. They're just saying, I don't know when, and I don't know how the name got there. If what the state says is true, that if somebody uses it once, it will thereafter identify the phone in that person's name forever, we would need an expert to say that, not Miss Bradley, somebody who actually has knowledge about it. It would also be curious that if several other social media accounts or what have you are being accessed by Mr. Demons, how come the multitude of times that he has accessed these accounts did not cause the phone to affix his name to that phone? Again, our contention is not that the phone was never used by Mr. Demons, it's that it was not exclusively used by Mr. Demons. So the state wants to show that Mr. Demons used it, and they put up a screenshot of a FaceTime call showing Mr. Demons up in the top corner. That particular call, the state, by that photo, has established the foundation for that photo. The state then makes mention of Jamie King and saying that the phone number that is being communicated with in a certain message is the other phone number that was on that account. The state conceded before the break that there were several phone numbers on that account. So it's not just one, there were several. However, if for some reason this court were to find some self-authentication by reference to a person as mom, maybe that phone authentication for that particular, and I think actually the state conceded it, not on purpose, but when discussing a message, she said that's proof that that particular message or phone call was between Mr. Demons and his mother. That is how evidence works. Now, because she has proved that there are certain photos, and if the court notes, I mean, I have photos on my phone. Everybody here, I'm sure, has photos on their phone. It's not all of them. And some of the photos that were displayed for the court are clearly not selfies. So somebody else took the picture. Did somebody else take the picture because he was a celebrity? Did somebody else take the picture because he was a friend? Did somebody else take the picture because it was one of the people that he associates with, that he's friends with, that takes a picture of him because they're hanging out? That does not establish that it's his phone. That doesn't even begin to establish. As a matter of fact, it puts the phone in somebody else's hand at the very moment that picture is being taken. So the question becomes, what is admissible? The state, if what is clear, is that for all the gang stuff that the state is now trying to seek to admit, all of this identifying information that she can point to for all these other conversations, she cannot point to for the ones that she's trying to put in that this hearing is about. So she's asking the court to extrapolate. I can prove that he had this phone in his possession sometimes, maybe a lot. I can't explain why it has somebody else's name on it. Could be any reason. And I'm going to offer my expert opinion as to why it has Sack Chaser Howard on there that I can't back up by any expert I've ever spoken to. And previously I just told you I don't know how it got there. Conceding that it's not in his name, that it's clearly being used by others, which she said is why Sack Chaser Howard was there, but she figures, I guess it got Sack Chaser Howard there the single time that somebody else used it, and every other time it was Mr. Demons. That's not logical. It doesn't make sense, and even if it did, the state does not have the evidence to establish that. The conversations that are at issue here are all these gang conversations that the state seeks to put in. If I'm not saying that they can't authenticate and lay a proper foundation for any of those exchanges, if they can, they should do so in accordance with the rules of evidence. But they can't say, ignore the rules of evidence as to everything I want to put in because I'm going to show that he spoke to his mother on this phone and spoke to his girlfriend on this phone and spoke to his younger brother on the phone at some other time. That's why each conversation is independent. Each exchange is independent because each exchange is an item of evidence that requires a foundation for its admissibility. So what we're doing is inviting error when we say, okay, we can prove some things. We can't prove the stuff that we're trying to admit, but we want you to extrapolate and infer that since this phone was in Mr. Demons' hand at some point, at a lot of points, then we get to put in everything and call it his conversations. And the state said Mr. Demons was seen leaving the studio with a phone in his hand, and that phone was tracked. How do we know that that's the phone that was tracked? How do we know that that was the phone in his hand? We do not. That is an inference they're making. It's an argument they're making, and they're entitled to make an argument if they can lay the foundation for the evidence upon which such an argument would rest. But just saying it doesn't make it so. There's nothing that identifies the phone that's seen in his hand as he walks out of that studio as the one they tracked anywhere. And, Your Honor, the problem with doing this wholesale, if this witness is going to testify to a particular exchange, lay the foundation for that exchange like every other trial that we have ever been in. Instead of saying we can just obviate the need for that because the foundation is going to be laid outside the presence of the jury by hearsay from the prosecutor without a witness. And so the actual particular conversations at issue here are the gang conversations, or the purported gang conversations that the state wishes to admit through this witness. If this witness can establish them, or if the state can bring another witness in here to establish each one of those conversations as being out of the mouth of Mr. Demons or out of his fingers in a text, then they're admissible. Otherwise, they are not. And they're hearsay.
So in addition, Your Honor, I'd point out that the cell phone records that have been introduced from T-Mobile include the IMEI phone number and the MSDN, which is the identifying phone number for that phone. All of that information, again, correlates with the other information that's already been put in there, showing that this phone was, in fact, Mr. Demons, including, not limited to, what this defense has also been provided, which are all of the Apple records, which show that the defendant, on October 29th of 2018, then took and bought the phone with which has been introduced into evidence, the extraction of that, and brought over all the data from the prior phone he was using on the night of the incident, which is the one that was tracked. And that is able to be seen through all of the data, and that is clear from the records from T-Mobile as well as from Apple, and those are items that are admissible as business records and are not hearsay, as we have previously discussed. And that's what I have up on the screen now, so Your Honor can see the fact that the iPhone, and specifically, when I scroll over, goes back to Jamell Demons, YNW Melly booking at gmail.com, and goes forward and gives an address in Vero Beach, Florida, which is consistent with what is on his numerous driver's license transcripts, which have been put into evidence. And there it goes through and shows all of the phone numbers and everything else for the defendant.
Your Honor, let me just add this briefly. There is evidence that Mr. Demons lived in the same house as several other people. Identifying an address means nothing. The state, I think, mentioned that in its opening. Several people lived in that house. An address means nothing. Secondly, if I want to set a motion on this court's calendar and they show that I called chambers, it doesn't mean I spoke to the judge. I spoke to your courtroom deputy, maybe, or secretary. Artists get bookings by their manager, the person from whom this phone was obtained. Saying that it says YNW Melly booking is proof, or at least a suggestion, that it was used by somebody who books on behalf of the artist. Artists don't get on the phone and make these arrangements themselves. That's why they have managers. If there was a transcript of a proceeding that took place in this courtroom 7 months ago, and it didn't say who was speaking, coming in here and saying that here's a transcript that shows Mr. Howard was speaking on June the 21st, so therefore he must have been the person speaking several months ago, would be preposterous. This example is tantamount to that. And so the thing is, again, I am not contending that there are no exchanges that can come in. I am saying with the gatekeeping function of this court, it is incumbent upon the court and the state to make sure that the foundation is laid for each exchange that is being adduced. We cannot, none of this, I just mentioned, they have none of the exchanges that they're seeking to put in, they can tie to him. Why don't they start with those? They're telling you about stuff that happened months before, months after, not the ones that they're trying to put in. Those are the ones that need to be authenticated, and each conversation needs authentication because it identifies a speaker. And therefore, when the speaker is the defendant, it circumvents any hearsay objection because it is non-hearsay by definition because it's a statement of the defendant. And also in terms of establishing the foundation so that the jury knows that when you show me this and tell me and get up there in closing and said, he said this, we know he said it. And it can't be because we have a FaceTime of him and his little brother months before. Each individual conversation needs to be, a foundation needs to be laid for each individual conversation. It cannot be dumped in wholesale. And if they can establish the foundation, it comes in. If they can't, it stays out. But if we just sidestep the whole procedure by saying we're going to let it in because we're saying this is his phone when we have several indications that the phone was being used by others before, after, and during the entire period at issue in this case.
A couple things, Council. Number one is I don't have any evidence before me that the phone's being used by other people at any time. I haven't heard that evidence at all. What I do know is that, and what the state's indicating to me and what she's just proffered are pictures on the cell phone which appear to be the defendant, as well as conversations which appear to be between the defendant and his mother, which is extrinsic evidence of circumstances surrounding the use of the phone and the pictures on it. And it seems to me that that's sufficient to show what the state is claiming, that this is his phone. I don't understand, and I still don't understand how young Chaser Howard is on that. And to be candid, I don't have an adequate explanation, but some of the texts that are between the two phones, the 9807 and his mother's phone, is clear to me that is a discussion between he and his mother, and that he's using the phone. Also, the state provided a certificate 6 weeks or so beforehand from the pawn shop that showed that Mr. Demings was using the phone, identified this as his phone. I have that, as well as the subscriber information showed that the mother
it's the listed on the account, and there's multiple phones on the account. In any event, we're going to proceed and see where it goes, but it seems to me that there is extrinsic evidence, circumstantial evidence that this is Mr. Demon's phone. What about the juror? I want to bring the juror in. I want to talk to her just to find out as to whether or not she's okay to proceed, and just find out a little bit about that. All right, so we're going to do that now. Can I have those 2 messages? Anything this week?
While we bring her out, can I just say this? Yesterday I presented, and for some reason the internet access is not booting up. It will shortly, I'm sure. I presented the court with evidence that phone was being used while Mr. Demons was in custody. So the court said there's no evidence that it was being used by others. That's evidence. The fact that it has Sack Chaser Howard.
How far are you?
Well, I understand it, but you're saying you didn't. I'm just letting you know that I did present you with that exact information that you say does not
Bring
exist.
the juror in.
Wow. So I guess you finally made a decision. Maybe now we can stop fighting. Well,
The reason I brought you in is I had 2 messages during the last witness's testimony. And the first one said, I don't feel comfortable. Why does he get to see us, but we can't see him? That's your message to me?
Yes.
And the second was, I need a moment. I can't listen properly. When I was a child, I seen someone get robbed and am having an anxiety attack.
Yes.
And I guess my concern is, are you able to sit as a juror, or you think this is too much for you? I'm trying to figure out, and that's why we took a little extended lunch break to figure out whether you feel comfortable and you're up to it.
Yes, I feel comfortable, but I just don't think it was appropriate for someone to be masked up like that. And plus you guys didn't even tell us, like you don't know what people have been through, so it's just like, it's shocked me, like I shocked. So, yeah, but I do feel like I can do it. But that just was inappropriate.
I'm sorry?
I said I don't believe that was appropriate.
Well, some things, I make certain decisions about things, and then we go forward with it, and I instruct jurors. And are you think you'd be able to follow those instructions, and you pay attention to the evidence, or do you think that you're concerned about the masking that is going to affect your ability to follow the instructions and follow the evidence?
Yes, I can listen and follow the evidence now that I know he's gonna have on mask. I can listen.
And the anxiety issue, we're past that, you're okay?
Yeah, I took my medication.
Thank you.
I've never seen a juror tell a judge that what he did was inappropriate.
Majority reflect the juror stepped out, Councilor Manuel, the defendant. Council, she indicated she's still curious as to why the witness is wearing a mask. So she's able to follow the instructions, and she's able to listen to the evidence, and she feels comfortable going forward. Anything you want to?
Yes, sir. We believe we again move for the court to employ the procedure of clearing the courtroom and allowing this witness to testify in a manner that will allow the jury to assess his credibility as it would any other witness. We also believe that in lieu of that the instruction that we offered, which answers her curiosity, should be given. The court indicated that it declined to give the defendant's instruction because of the component of the proposed instruction that referenced the court balancing and prioritizing the media's right to be here over the defendant's right to confrontation. We do think that that is an appropriate part of the instruction, but short of that, the rest of the instruction, which excises that portion, we believe to be called for, especially in light of this witness's persistent curiosity. We answer all their other questions, and this is a pertinent, because this is one that goes to the heart of why she is being denied the opportunity to make the observations pertinent to his credibility.
Thank you. What's the state?
But I think we can come up to an agreement. I think we just need to more closely track the instruction and going off memory that it's 3.9, so I'm pulling that up now as to exactly what witnesses are supposed to be judged on. And I think the problem is the way defense has it is you observe their demeanor and facial expressions, and the actual text of the jury instruction doesn't say that. The actual text of the jury instruction reads as follows. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. There's nothing about demeanor or facial expressions in any way, shape, or form in that jury instruction. So I think if it read that the court has ruled the next witness to be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes, the court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. Your jury instructions advise you to, and then to edit it to comply with the standard, to consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said.
One moment to defer, Your Honor.
How's she gonna tell the judge it's inappropriate? Goodness gracious. Every trial gets weirder and weirder.
So Ms. Smith had a good point that it would not be appropriate for Your Honor to explain the logic behind your ruling or to say that it's because of this, but if you wanted to instruct them that the witness has said that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case, that would be fine.
Thank you. So my thought is, as far as the instruction prepared by defense counsel, the first page reads, the court has ruled that the next witness, I'm just going to say Mr. Detective Polo, Danny Polo, will be permitted to testify with his face concealed with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling because this witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. We're going to leave it there, and I'll tell them that further instruction on how you judge credibility of witnesses will be given at a later time. All right, so
Okay.
let's bring the jury in. Let's get the witness back up.
The witness is in the DSO office down the hall, so I'm gonna go to my new grab them so they aren't anywhere.
Can we approach grab the items, Your Honor?
For once, I don't either. I've never heard a juror tell the judge that something was inappropriate. That was a first for me. That was a first for me.
Without having a hearing, having them bring their lawyers down here and everything else, it's a whole, it's a major move.
Understood, Your Honor. We believe the stakes of this matter are high as they get.
Jury entry. Thank you. Please be seated. Let the record reflect the presence of the defendant, the counsel, the assistant state attorneys, and one of our jurors, we get the witness. So, ladies and gentlemen, in your absence, I was asked again to instruct you regarding the witness Danny Tolo and the fact that he's wearing a mask. I have ruled that Danny Tolo would be permitted to testify with his face concealed, with the exception of his eyes. The court has made this ruling and this decision because the witness has expressed that there have been threats made against his life by people unrelated to this case. The court's going to instruct you at a later time as to how you judge credibility of witnesses, but that is why we were permitted to conceal his face except for his eyes. All right, can we get back to Mr. Tullo, please?
One of the things sidebar.
Sidebar. All right, sidebar number 4. Take a shot, do a squat. Oh yeah, how many minutes is that? That noise is awful. It wasn't many minutes. I mean, they literally just brought the jury in and we're sidebarring. Not even one. The jury probably hadn't even sat all the way down yet, and they're sidebarring. Oh, goodness gracious. 62 seconds. No, there was not even a question, Lisa Wilmot. They just brought the jury in. Oh my gosh, wouldn't that be funny if we heard that, like, that our little trend spread, and they were doing it in the courtroom too. Brenda, I am really glad there's no court tomorrow.
Please have a seat. Please have a seat.
Yes, sir.
You were Detective Tolo, correct?
Yes, sir.
Detective, you were previously placed on the road to remain on the road. Detective Tolo, you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. Counsel, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, this case ended. I was offering if they want to board daughter the witness on any area of his expertise.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
How you doing, sir?
You've seen my face before.
Yes, sir.
It was on February 17, 2022. You recall?
Objection, Your Honor. This point non-responsive.
Sustained.
What was the objection?
I sustain the objection. Ask your next question.
Did I take your debt?
Yes, sir.
What date did I take your debt?
I don't remember the exact answer. Year.
If I show you a copy of the transcript, would it refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Do you have all four? Mr. Hall?
I'm referring to this one.
Okay, what's on this end, so I should know it. It's got to be some kind of to show me.
The date I mentioned, February 17, 2022.
Yeah, he's still got his mask on. The juror said she took her medication.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And on that date, you were asked, I'm not sure if I did the question. whether or not you had ever been declared an expert in any proceeding?
Correct.
And had you?
At that time, I don't believe so.
Okay, so your expertise, or at least there's no court that had acknowledged your expertise up until February 17 of 2022.
That I can recall.
Are you contending that you were an expert before that?
Has the court declared me an expert? So you're asking?
Well, we know you didn't. You said no.
Right.
Okay.
Can you clarify the question?
Okay, let's strike that. I think we can. You were asked about your training and education just now by Ms. Bradley.
Yes, sir.
And you said 500 hours of specialized training
Yes.
in the area of gangs, organized crime, and money laundering. It's all the same.
It interconnects when you're working in a case.
Okay. Of that 500 hours, how much was money laundering?
I'd have to go through all my certificates and subtract a couple hours here and there. The bulk of it is gang investigations and organized crime investigations, which are one and the same, basically.
Okay. So you're not saying that money laundering is one and the same as gang training? You're
No,
saying
sir.
it's not?
I'm not saying this.
Okay, but that's included in your 500 hours, right?
Yeah, a couple hours out of that are money laundering, specific money laundering. Maybe if you want me to take a guess.
I don't want you to guess anything,
Okay, then
but you can't tell us, as you said.
I can give you an estimate.
And can you tell us how much of your training was actually gang related?
The majority of it, bulk of it.
How much? Time-wise? Do
The
you
exact
know?
hours, over 400 hours.
Over 400.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So 400 was gang. And you have certifications that indicate that.
Yes.
Did you bring them with you?
No, sir.
And you were telling us that you also have a certification from an association of some sort. What's the name of that association?
The Florida Gang Investigators Association.
Is that a law enforcement exclusive organization?
I think, do you mean, do people other than law enforcement go to those trainings?
No, I mean, can someone other than a law enforcement officer get certified as a Florida gang by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
Yes, sir.
You know that happened?
Yeah, prosecutors, other attorneys that go to the conferences, victims and victim advocates, they all go to these trainings.
I'm asking if they can get certified.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying prosecutors can,
Yes,
police officers can,
yes.
and you're saying defense attorneys can?
I don't see why not. I'm not sure if they would bar a defense attorney from going to the training. I haven't seen that in their website.
Okay, but you can't tell us that.
No, I can't, sir.
And when you said other attorneys, then you mean civil attorneys?
Yeah, attorneys like the attorneys that represent victims in certain crimes. I'm not sure what they fall under.
Okay, and you're representing that civil attorneys that represent victims in crimes can get certified by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
They can take the trainings, yes, sir. And then the trainings result in getting your certificates.
Okay. And how many hours do you need of training to get certified by the Florida Gang Investigation Association?
The exact hours, I'm not sure, sir. They put on basic courses and they put on intermediate courses, they put on advanced courses. You take them, you get certificates for those, and then they put specialized courses on specific gangs. You do all those as well. So exactly the amount of hours, I'm I don't know exactly the amount of hours, sir.
How many hours did you go train or get instructed with the Florida Gang Investigation Association before you got certified?
Close to 100 hours, maybe more. It's an estimate.
Okay. So it could be less than 100, you're saying?
It's around 100.
Okay. And the other, you said there was a certification that you have from some academy of some sort?
It's called the National Gang Academy. It's a 8-week-long gang specialist course that's put on by a company called the National Gang Academy, a training company.
And the National Gang Academy Training Company?
It's called the National Gang Academy. It's a training company. They provide training.
Okay, and the National Gang Academy Training Company, who are the people who give instructions? What is their?
The person that runs the academy, I'd have to look at his bio. I don't remember exactly what his experience was, but usually the people that run these organizations have 20, 30 plus years teaching in gangs. I know the Florida Gang Investigators Association, their president is one of the lead gang detectives in the state of Florida.
Okay, but where I was asking about the academy, you don't know the credentials of the people who give instructions and credential.
I don't recall, sir. I don't recall the exact credentials this person had.
Okay. And were they gang members?
No.
Okay. So it was some other people who professed to have expertise then conferring certification upon you.
They're putting you through a course. You have to pass tests. You have to, it's not just multiple choice tests. There's written exams. There's videos. There's interactive portions of the class where you have to call the instructor and discuss what you've been doing in your game training. So it's an 8-week interactive course.
Okay, eight weeks, you said?
8 weeks, sir.
Okay. And you said that some of the knowledge that you gleaned in order to deem yourself an expert is from gang members that were in custody trying to work off their time?
Some of the interviews are gang members in custody. Some are gang members not in custody.
Okay, let's start with the gang members that are in custody trying to work off their time.
Not all of them are trying to work off their time.
Okay. Well, the gang members that are in custody,
Yes, sir.
okay. Some of them are trying to work off their time?
Some.
Okay, let's start with that.
Mhm.
Have you ever experienced a situation where you're talking with a gang member or any defendant that's trying to work off his or her time and they're being deceptive with you in order to achieve some ulterior motive, like taking off their time?
If they're being deceptive, I don't want to talk to them.
Well, I know you don't want to,
Yeah.
but you judge whether they're being deceptive or not based upon stuff like their facial expressions.
Overrule this board item.
When I interview people, I will give them baseline questions that I already have the answers to, things that I might already know about them. Intimate details about their lives or people they associate with, other gang members, things about their specific gang. And if they're being deceptive in those questions that I already have the answers to, then my interview is basically over. Or I call them out on the fact that they're lying to me and then see if they want to change to being honest. And then at that point, maybe we can reestablish a connection. But if they're lying right from the get-go, if I ask them a question about their affiliation or about someone they associate with who's a gang member and they're lying, I usually don't want to keep talking to them because it doesn't benefit me to be working with someone that's gonna lie to me.
I understood. But essentially what you're saying is your assessment of their credibility governs whether or not you pursue the interview. Right?
Yeah, if I find that they are not lying to me, then I continue my interview. And then I continue to assess whether they're lying or not.
Right. And if they're lying to you and you think they're not, you're not saying that your assessment of somebody's credibility is bulletproof. You're not saying that.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not saying.
Now, the ones who are reformed gang members, are they themselves in danger when they just give out knowledge willy-nilly about their past lives?
I mean, based on the rules and bylaws and stuff like that they have written down on some of these major national gangs, you would think that it would be frowned upon. But like I stated, everyone wants to put everything on social media right now. And these founders of these organizations are giving all these intimate details about stuff they've already been convicted of, they've done time for, because they're probably trying to get views on YouTube, views on Instagram, they're trying to make money, and it's an incentive for them to tell true stories. So they're being interviewed by others in the same gang world, because it's usually, most of these interviews are, they'll put a couple guys that kind of came up at the same time that were founders of the organizations, co-founders, and they'll go back and forth.
Will you agree? I'm sorry, you're done?
Sure, sir.
Will you agree with me it's an incentive? Getting clicks on YouTube and making money that way is an incentive for them to tell stories. It's not necessarily an incentive for them to tell the truth. Because
Sure.
nobody would. Okay. And some of your expertise you gained from watching YouTube videos?
No, sir, that just gives me a little insight into their world and into the gang mentality. It's rare when someone, a typical person doesn't brag about committing violence upon someone else on YouTube and how they had to crack someone's head open or shed blood so they can make it in this gang, right? That's not typical of a person who wants to admit it's incriminating against themselves, and why would anyone do that?
I understand. My question to you was some of the body of knowledge that you obtain in order to hone and advance your expertise is from YouTube. Is that true or is it not?
Some of the knowledge came from interviews, yeah. Interviews that I watched with people that I found to be telling true stories because it's been corroborated based off written documents.
So that's a yes.
Sure.
And you were asked about your hands-on investigations, and I think your answer was suspects or special investigations. You remember that?
Correct.
And you said over 30 suspects you have engaged in investigations since 2022. You never gave us a number of your involvement in special investigations themselves. What's that?
The number 30 was reference to just, I believe, the amount of blood gang members we've investigated this past year. The reason I separate investigations from suspects is because a lot of these investigations, if it's an investigation into a criminal organization, that's one investigation might involve 20 subjects. So it would be misleading for me to say I only did one investigation when it was really 20 separate investigations that are all linked together into one organization, charged as an organization.
Understood. Now, my question to you, however, was how many special investigations have you engaged in yourself?
Give me a second to think about it.
Please.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I learned how to fix my washer and dryer. I installed my kitchen sink. I have not studied gangs on YouTube though. She said that she's better now, and he asked if she'll be okay with any of the other rulings he makes, and she said yes, and she said she took her medicine, so she's okay now. Let's see. Yeah, we're waiting on hemp and math.
This is probably an accurate representation. I might be missing one or two. A couple.
What are you looking at?
About 18 gangs and
Hi, Matthew Harris Law. I got
about 30
my
different investigations.
stuff you sent me.
So there, you 13 or 30?
30.
30.
Yes, sir.
So when you gave us a number of 30 suspects,
That was blood investigations.
okay, that was blood only.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
In the last year.
So this Florida Gang Investigation Association, can anybody get certification if they don't attend the criminal justice only part of the training?
I don't work for FGIA, sir. So I don't know what their rules are for that. I know I'm allowed to take the classes. I know I've seen prosecutors send those classes with me. I've had prosecutors come to the trainings with me. So I can't answer on behalf of FGIA.
Okay.
I apologize.
Okay, so you were thinking that non-law enforcement can get certified, but the only people that you've seen in there with you are prosecutors and other are the law enforcement.
Yeah, they're not law enforcement. You mean cops or just people involved in the legal system?
People involved in, on your side of the legal system.
Okay, that's
Overruled.
yeah, that's different than law enforcement.
Okay, so when you're saying it wasn't only law enforcement and you're talking about attorneys who represent people, victims of crimes,
I know we've had victim advocates at the trainings before,
or at the trainings giving instruction.
taking courses.
Okay. So it's not limited to certified law enforcement or retired law enforcement or probation, parole, corrections, juvenile justice, intelligence personnel, prosecuting attorneys, judges, and crime analysts, and intelligence analysts, evidence technicians for a law enforcement agency, or any other person deemed appropriate for membership.
Well, if you're reading that from their website, that's perfect. I mean, like I said, I don't work for FGIA, so I don't know where their cutoff is.
Okay.
And I don't have access to their website at the moment.
So in fact, it may be just a law enforcement only organization for certification purposes.
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
Okay.
I believe I've met people there taking courses that are not law enforcement. So I'm speaking from personal experience. I'm not saying whether they're allowed to or not. I just know they've been there.
Okay. And you were saying some of the, do you work undercover?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you were saying some of the undercover members, you know, of undercover law enforcement officers who are members of gangs.
In an undercover capacity.
Yeah. Are you?
I'm not, sir.
You did. So you would agree that those undercover officers who went that step would probably know more about the intimacies than you would.
I was the case agent on that.
And
Case agent being the person that leads the investigation and tells the undercover what to do and what evidence I need to gather, what evidence is beneficial to prove the gang. And I collect all the evidence, meaning knowledge, instructions from other gang members. So I direct the investigation, they're the undercovers.
okay,
So when I'm the undercover, someone tells me what to do because it's their investigation.
okay, but in an undercover capacity, you never went to the step of getting inside a gang so you could be in the room where intimate gang activity was actually being discussed among gang members only.
It's recorded. I'm in the room.
Okay, so you're just in the room with them, but you are not a gang member, so they wouldn't be discussing stuff that only gang members discuss if you're not one.
So what I'm trying to explain is that undercover operations are recorded audio video. So the fact that I wasn't present doesn't mean I didn't see it.
So the gang Bibles that you spoke of, are those the same gang Bibles that you can download on the internet?
There's some incomplete ones on the internet. I haven't really found any great ones on the internet. But there are some that have been leaked. Some of the information is pretty accurate. Some of them are outdated. It's not the most recent ones. Like in this case, there was an updated one that was revamped in 2016 from the original 1996 version.
And you were saying to us, I think, that the rules of a gang in one location or locality don't necessarily translate into being the rules of a gang in another part of the country or part of the state, right?
Yeah, so basically, like any organization, the farther you get down in the structure of that organization, things are lost in translation. So the head of the snake can only control the tail so much.
So you're saying that the only reason that there are different rules in different parts of the country of a gang is because they're lost in communication, or do different localities have different rules?
Both.
Okay, both. And you're saying that part of the information that you gather is by just walking up to somebody that you see and see if they'll talk to you and tell you all their intimate gang stuff?
I've done that before, yes.
And even when they don't speak to you, you said you look at the way they dress and the way they stand?
Sometimes.
What about the way they stand?
So specific to, let's say, the Bloods, they align, some of their symbology is specific to the right side. So they might stand and cross their arms a certain way with the right arm over the left arm. Or they might wear their hat to the right. They might put a bandana on their right, or put a different color bandana on the left to show disrespect. So those are little nuances that if you know you're talking to someone who is a member of that gang, it could mean something.
Okay.
If I just meet you and you happen to be wearing a red bandana in your right pocket, I know you're not a member of the Blood, sir. So I would not think this guy's a Blood.
I understand that.
You get what I'm saying?
But what I'm saying is, how are you learning? You might be learning whether the person you're speaking to fits the criteria of the gangs that you already have formed. You're not advancing your knowledge about gangs by looking at them and saying and identifying things that you already think apply, right? You understand the distinction I'm making?
No, please rephrase that.
Okay.
Interesting question.
And by the way, before I get to that question, you're saying that for example, Bloods are favor their right, so they might cross their arm right over left, right?
Yes.
When you say might, are you saying that sometimes they cross it left over right?
Yeah. I'm just saying.
So that's not really a rule then, right?
Nothing's written in stone, sir.
Okay.
So that means Bloods typically wear red, right? That's one of their primary colors. They also wear green, which is on the East Coast a blood color. And new recruits within the Bloods are told to wear brown or tan with a white t-shirt. So there's different things. You can't just stick to one aspect and be like, oh man, that guy didn't cross out that B that one time, because you're supposed to cross out your B's.
I
Or
understand.
your C's, sorry. So just because you didn't do it one time doesn't eliminate what you are.
I understand. I'm just trying to get your testimony straight.
Sure.
You were saying sometimes they might wear their hat to the right,
Correct.
meaning sometimes they might wear it to the left, and sometimes they might wear it straight, and sometimes they might wear it in the back, right?
Yes.
So that's another rule, that sometimes they do.
These aren't rules. These are, a rule is something that has to be followed. These are just things that they're known to do.
Okay.
Like wearing the color red. They don't always wear the color red. If they did, it'd be very easy to just find all your Bloods, or at least start looking for them.
And all of the 6 times that you testified as an expert were they in 2022 and 2023, or just in 2023?
I testified in federal court a couple months ago on a Zone Mafia family case as an expert. I testified last year sometime, I forgot when, on a Nine-Trade Gangster Bloods case, attempt homicide case. And I testified in a couple of sentencing hearings between that time and now.
Okay. So whatever the case, would it be fair to say your expertise is just kind of in its embryonic stage, since you weren't certified as an expert as of February of last year? You agree with that?
I think my knowledge of the topic has grown over time. Obviously, that's why I do recurring training. But
And you said that you've attended every conference since 2016, right?
yes, sir.
And your first conference, what conference was that in 2016?
The Florida Gang Investigators Association.
And how many times? I'm sorry.
The conference.
Okay. And you said every conference since then? Is it biannual, annual, every month, annual?
Annual, and then they host additional trainings throughout the year. You wouldn't call them conferences. They don't call them conferences. They're just trainings, 2-day trainings, 3-day trainings on specific things, like outlaw motorcycle gangs, I believe was the last one I took.
Okay.
I think a 2-day training.
And you got your certification in 2016 then?
I have to look at my certificate. I think it took, I had taken 2 years before I got the advanced certificate.
Okay. All right, one last thing. You said that you have taught, like, at, I'm not sure I got that right, but was it like at-risk youth kind of seminars to just say no kind of thing?
I've spoken to the youth both while I was working on the road, before I was in the Strategic Investigations Division, trying to help the youth not join gangs or leave the gangs that they're already in, trying to give them an opportunity. That's something that I do on my off time as well, not for the sheriff's office. I volunteer, and I've taught at a victim advocacy conference for the Office of the Attorney General. And youth outreach is important to me.
Okay, and thank you for that. We need that. My question to you, however, is when you are speaking, and would you actually call it teaching, or is it speaking?
It's teaching. They have questions. You're teaching them how to properly document gangs, because if it's done incorrectly, then you're gonna ruin the system. And it happens. We see it where.
How are you talking to kids? Are you talking to young youth? You're teaching them how to
I thought you were talking in general when I'm teaching.
Okay.
I'm sorry, sir. No, kids. Yeah, no. When you talk to the youth, you're talking about it's a prevention thing. It's more of like, don't ruin your life, and explain the risk factors and what not to do, and try to help them
Okay.
understand that there's a life outside of that, because some of these kids come from families and neighborhoods, socioeconomic areas where they don't see a light, so they need to understand that there is a way out.
I agree with you. What I'm asking you is when you do that, you are doing nothing that any other of these fine officers could do, or I could do.
I think I could relate with them a little better, because I understand the gang mentality, because I've interviewed so many gang members, so I understand where they're coming from.
Okay. But you have included references to motivational and just stay on the straight path speeches to you as among your teaching experience and your expertise.
Something to do, yeah. And you learn from those kids as well. You don't think you learn from kids that are involved in gangs?
Okay, thank you. One moment.
Feel a sidebar or a recess coming
I
up?
have a question.
Councilman?
So Detective Pola, when you're talking about determining whether or not someone is or is not a gang member, do you go both ways?
I try to convince myself that they're not. I try to avoid confirmation bias. So if someone tells me this guy's a blood or is all off your family or GD or Crip or whatever, I'll start looking for things to tell me that they're not. Because the second I can convince myself that this person's not a gang member, it's probably true that they're not, and that maybe it's just not enough evidence to prove they are. But when I'm going in there looking for evidence against it, and all I can find is evidence to support it, that's when it shifts, and I'm like, okay, this guy has to be a member. And this happens frequently because, like I said, sometimes people document gang members incorrectly because they'll see a tattoo that they think means something, and they'll document that person as a member of XYZ gang, and then I personally know that person is a member of this Bloods gang. So then I have to go and figure out why someone believed this person was a member of this other gang, and then convince myself that that person was wrong and I'm right, or maybe notice that there might be two gang affiliations, like a prison gang and street gang, national-based gang and local street gang that be associated with it. So multiple alliances.
Okay, so you mentioned that there can be multiple alliances. Can you give a definition of what it would mean to be behind the wall?
Behind the wall means in prison.
So are there different gangs that are behind the wall versus outside?
Yeah, there's different gangs in prison, and there's some of those gangs exist on the outside as well. So the United Blood Nation was founded as a prison gang to protect Black Americans against Hispanics in New York and Rikers Island. Little by little, that expanded and it spread to the streets, and then these multiple blood sets that were created in Rikers Island were now on the streets,
Okay,
spreading their ideology.
you used a term that we haven't defined. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a set?
A set, like a group, a different branch of an organization.
So you mentioned some of the organizational system. Is there a recognized organizational system in place for example, the UBN?
Yes.
And so can you describe a little bit about how that is organized?
So the United Blood Nation was founded by a handful of leaders within Rikers Island. They created the first three original sets: Nitrate Gangster Bloods, 183 Gangster Bloods, and G-Shine or Gangster Killer Bloods. Sometimes they go by different names. And there was, I think, a total of like 12, 13 different sets that were created. each one of those sets, or each one of those gangs that fall under the United Blood Nation have a leader who they call the Godfather Head, right? So that would be the top person in the organization, the Godfather Head, the GFH. From there, you have Godfathers underneath, and there's a couple more of those, and then they spread into different branches. Then they have from there, from the Godfather, you have the highs and you have the lows. That's the title of the rank. And sometimes they'll give those titles, the high and the low, they'll give it a separate title. So they might give it an associated title, like it could be anything, right? Whatever set, people call it whatever they want for their group. You have the highs and lows, then you have the fifth floor. Fifth floor is your rank. You call it fifth floor or 5-star, or you're a 5-star general. Then the fourth floor, third floor, second floor, first floor, and you have foot soldiers. And that doesn't mean there's one person per position. There could be hundreds of people in one position. And then a little bit less in the next one, a little bit less in the next one. So you get all the way to the top. Like most organizations, there's only one CEO, there's only one big boss, and then there's assistant managers and associate managers and supervisors, floor supervisors. It's the same thing. You can only run an organization a certain amount, one way.
So in terms of your experience in training and dealing with gangs, is there a financial component to those?
A huge financial component.
Could you describe a little bit more about that?
Other than protection inside the prison system, once they spread out into the streets, one of the main focuses of the gang is to financially support the gang. And to financially support the gang, you have to make money. To make money, you have to sometimes commit crimes. It could be, and they don't have a rule on how to get this money, right? Some of the Bibles say, get it how you live, right? So pick a trade, make money. If it's rapping, it's rapping. If it's selling drugs, it's selling drugs. If it's selling guns, it's selling guns. If it's killing, it's killing. If it's doing home invasions, it's doing home invasions. And then that money in most gangs that report back to a prison system, they pay dues. Not all gangs do, but a lot of them do. They pay dues. These dues are collected at the very bottom. They're transferred over to the person in charge of collecting the money. The person in charge of collecting the money usually has a title. They might have a rank. They also have a title of treasurer. That person is then responsible for holding the money for the gang, so that if someone has legal troubles, they can pay for the attorney fees, or if someone needs, or if the organization inside the wall in prison needs food, commissary, shoes, anything, they can support their brothers behind the wall until they get out. That money is also used to get people back on their feet when they get out of prison. So that's the financial component. That's the money laundering component of the organizations.
So you talked a little bit about wiretaps and monitoring of specific phrases, spellings, things like that. How do you learn the phraseology or specific slang used by any individual set or gang?
Sometimes it's, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it's difficult. There's certain slang and symbols that we have yet to decipher, right? Because even if you have the dictionary, it might not even make sense, because the slang, the answer or the definition of the slang term or the code word is another code word, and unless you know what the previous Bible said, you never figure it out. But for the most part, you get this based off of context.
Okay. Can you describe, you mentioned something about dropping a C or crossing out all the C's. How does that show up in the messages?
It's written in most, if we're speaking about Bloods only, in the Blood Bibles, it'll say you'll cross out all your C's and replace them with X's, B's, K's. Basically just replace your all the C's. And the reason that you replace the C's is because historically, when the Bloods were created on the West Coast of California, they were created to defend themselves against the Crips. The Crips were an organized gang at the time in the early 70s. They were decimating the local neighborhood street gangs, and the local neighborhood street gangs banded together and said, let's unify and become one organization. Mal Pyru was one of the original sets. 5'9" Brim, one of the original sets. And all these neighborhood street gangs, like I stated, there's neighborhood street gangs, eventually sometimes evolve into large national gangs. That's how the Bloods were created. So these neighborhood street gangs banded together, created the Bloods, started calling themselves Bloods, and began to multiply. And their main thing was defending themselves against the Crips. So most of their language is anti-Crip language. That doesn't mean right now there's a war between Crips and Bloods, but they might still disrespect each other. If they get into an argument, they'll use derogatory language that they've created to diss each other, make fun of each other, and to show disrespect, either graffiti or messages on message boards. They'll cross out C's, or Crips will cross out B's. They'll call each other certain words like Crips. Bloods call Crips crabs. That's their derogatory term. Crips call Bloods slobs. That's their derogatory term for Bloods. Well, these are little things that they do, and it's not, like I said before, it doesn't mean every single time they write a message they're going to do it, but it happens pretty frequently.
So in terms of the term FYE, fire.
Yeah.
What would that be translated to?
A gun,
What about a stick or a pole?
a rifle or a shotgun, a long gun. It's like a stick.
What about the term on the plate?
On the plate or being greenlit that means the gang has sanctioned your murder, basically. If you've been put on the plate, if you've been greenlit, or you've been labeled food, that means it's an on-site attack that needs to be done on you. And if you're a member of this gang and you know that Johnny Smith is on the plate and you run into him and you don't act accordingly, then you might also be put on that plate. You might also be labeled food, and you might be next in line, or you are next in line to be killed.
You also mentioned the term false flagging. Could you define that for the jury?
Just means claiming something that you're not. So saying you're a Blood when you're not a Blood, and saying you're a Crip when you're not a Crip, or claiming multiple gangs that you're not a part of.
So how, on that side note, how do these small neighborhood local sets of young kids, how do they wind up becoming actually real sanctioned sets with the Bloods?
To become sanctioned, so there's a lot of neighborhood street gangs that identify as Bloods. They'll call themselves Bloods. They identify as Bloods in terms of they've adopted all the signs, symbols, ideologies, clothing, all these things that the Bloods might have. And they might have bits and pieces of knowledge that they've gotten from, friends or whoever, or the internet. And they try to follow this stuff. At some point, if you get a big enough neighborhood street gang that's claiming Blood, they will probably get approached by a national set. And it could be any one of the national Blood sets will approach these neighborhood street gangs and tell them, it's almost like a cease and desist order. You either fold and you come tap in with the Bloods and become official Bloods or sanctioned Bloods, right? Fall under one of the national branches. Or your entire gang is going to be put on the plate. Your entire gang is going to be wiped out.
And if you could explain is the term real right.
So real right is in reference to a sanctioned Blood, a Blood that's tapping in, a blood that's associated to one of the national branches that's doing all the right things as blood. So if you're saying you're real right, that means you're a member of the Bloods, like the sanctioned Bloods, not a neighborhood street set.
And I think you've already described or defined lineup, but if you could just make sure that's clear, please.
Your lineup in a gang is your chain of your chain of command. So who's your foot soldiers, and then your first floor, second floor, third floor, all the way up to the top. That's your lineup. So if you're a member of you say a specific G-Shine Gangster Killer Blood set, and they ask, and you're getting checked by another Blood because they don't believe you're a Blood, and they say, what's your lineup? You're going to tell them who you report to. You would know, okay, my big homie, the person that brought me in to the gang, is so-and-so. His big homie is so-and-so. And the Godfather is so-and-so. And as long as you have the right answer, if the person quizzing you is a real Blood, he's going to know that you're not lying. And that's how you catch you alive. If you're faking it, you're not going to be able to answer those questions correctly. You're not going to know who the big homie is. You're not going to know who the boss is. You're not going to know anything because it's not publicly advertised for the world.
And so in terms of if someone asks, who do you walk with, what would be the appropriate answer?
With the Bloods?
Yes.
State your set and who your homies, who your big homies are. Basically, you'd have to identify who you report to.
When you say the term tapping in, I think you've used that a couple times. Could you define that?
Tapping in is what all the unsanctioned Blood sets are told to do. If you want to become a real Blood, and by real Blood, I don't mean unsanctioned sets are not real Bloods. A gang is a gang. It doesn't matter what you call yourselves. Just because you're sanctioned doesn't mean you're not a gang. So if you're claiming to be a Blood and you want to be a sanctioned Blood, the first thing they tell you to do is you need to tap in, which is you need to start reaching out to people that are real right, people that are real Bloods, sanctioned Bloods, and start learning the knowledge, start gaining the knowledge, start getting these documents and learning the way to operate under the national guidelines.
You've mentioned knowledge. Is there another term that's used interchangeably with that word?
And go with
Like the city in California?
exactly.
Okay. You taught, one of the other things you said, could you define what is set tripping?
Set tripping is something that was created by G-Shine. G-Shine and Gangster Killer Bloods. I might go back and forth. I'll probably just keep correcting, but not correcting, but mentioning it. But Gangster Killer Bloods created that term basically, and set tripping refers to a little history. So when the Gangster Killer Bloods were formed, they were formed as almost like an enforcement branch to straighten out all the Bloods that weren't acting accordingly, following the rules. And you have to remember they were in prison. So the rules are a lot more strict in prison because there's nowhere to go. You break the rules here in South Florida, you can move to somewhere else and we might not find you. In prison, there's nowhere to go. You're in a cell block with 50 other Bloods. You start breaking rules, everyone knows. So set tripping is not acting accordingly. So that means if there happens to be a fight on the courtyard where someone needs to get slashed or someone needs to get beat and you didn't do what you were supposed to as a member of this gang, you're set tripping. And then now G-Shine, or GKB, Gangster Killer Bloods, they will come and they will enforce upon you the violence that you should enforce on someone else. So there's a little controversy with G-Shine because a lot of Blood sets don't like them because they're enforcers. It's like, like a lot of people don't like the cops because we write people tickets. The police of the G-Shine of the Blood world, right? They're enforcing the rules.
So Detective Fuller, are you saying that they commit violence upon each other?
Yeah.
And what do you have to support that?
There's, as I mentioned earlier, there's plenty of videos online of people that either false repping or not even people false repping. There's just videos of bloods that make mistakes and claim they are from one part of town when they weren't. And that was enough of a violation for them to get recorded live and live streamed getting beat for what they did. Everything doesn't rise to be put on a plate, everything doesn't rise to be killed, but you might have to take a violation.
So with regards to determining whether someone is or is not a gang member under Florida statutes, are there criteria that you have to look for?
Yeah, so the Florida statute that governs, or that defines what a gang is and what gang members and gang associates are is 874.03. And there's different subsections. First subsection defines what a gang is, which is there's a group, whether formal or informal, of 3 or more people who have common identifiers, hand signs, colors, things in common, right? And as part of their primary activities, they commit crime. That's what makes them a gang, not the fact that they wear the same colors. And then after that, there's criteria that defines how you can determine if someone is a member or an associate. And these are, some of the criteria are adopts a style of dress, admits to gang membership, identified as a gang member by a parent or guardian, identified as a gang member by a confidential informant that's been proven to be trustworthy and reliable, identified as a gang member by a informant that hasn't been proven trustworthy and reliable, associating with a gang member 1 or more times, associating with gang members 4 or more times.
Okay, so let me interrupt you.
Tell them hi.
Yeah, A through K, does that sound familiar? Okay. With regards to the involvement, does every gang member have to be involved in every single criminal activity?
He's gonna give
Like I said, they
He's
say
got
get
a
it how you live.
of
So as long as
information
you're bringing
to-
money in for the gang,
bring in is what she said.
then you're gonna be in the good graces. So if your hustle is rapping and you're making money rapping, they're gonna support you. They're gonna bring you up and make sure that you're making more money and that you're doing what you're supposed to and that
He's
you're
allowing it
supporting.
in.
In return, you're supporting the gang. And then you don't forget, you're not an individual, you're part of a collective.
So you mentioned kind of ranks. How do you get a promotion from one rank to the next?
Putting in work, so either completing what they call missions or just contributing to the gang, showing your loyalty. Someone above you would have to decide that you're worthy of moving up. A lot of the early steps are as foot soldiers. If you're a foot soldier and your job is to go do home invasion robberies, if you're out there doing a whole lot of home invasion robberies and bringing a lot of profits back to the gang, or a lot of guns back to the gang, or a lot of drugs back to the gang, then you might get a promotion. If your job is rapping and you're doing good and you're making money and you're bringing in money to the gang, and you're taking the gang to shows and you're supporting them, you're supporting the gang. Not supporting yourself, supporting the collective. Then you can start getting promotions.
Okay. Is every aim and goal of a criminal gang something related to crime?
No, a lot of these gangs, like I said, were initially racially formed for racial reasons, to defend, for African Americans to defend themselves against Hispanics, or Hispanics to defend themselves against African Americans or white supremacists. So initially it started off as something racial to help bring up their own people, right? So the Hispanics created gangs to bring up the Hispanic culture. The African Americans did to bring up Black culture and to help them get out of these areas and to support their neighborhoods and bring money back to their neighborhoods and make sure that there's success amongst not just the gang, but their culture. And that's the same for basically every gang, whether it's white supremacists, Hispanic gangs, Asian gangs, black gangs. It's just, that's what gang culture is.
Is there things about prioritizing education for gang members?
Yeah, it's written into their bylaws. They don't want guys, right? They want smart guys. If you're out there getting reckless acts and bringing bad attention to your gang, no one's gonna want you. You might be out there committing robberies and doing stuff. That's your job. But if you're doing it recklessly because you're not a smart guy, they're probably tighten up on you and start telling you, you need to do this a different way. We need to teach you the right way to do this. Or you might just be a skilled rapper. You might be very good at sports, or you might be just a very smart person and you just do really well in school. So they want you to succeed in school so that you can maybe become an attorney or something that can help them out.
So with regards to G-Shine in particular, were you able to document 3 or more members of that criminal enterprise?
Yes.
Approximately how many were you able to document?
In reference to this case.
In reference to this case?
I think I stopped at like 17 or 18.
Specifically in this case, can you talk about how you became involved in this investigation?
I was asked to analyze the case and determine whether there was a gang nexus to it, whether Mr.
I played it.
Demons was a member of this gang, and if he was, to look into it further.
So in terms of the things that you were trying to look at under the statute, in terms of subsection A, admitting to criminal gang membership, were you able to show that and document with regards to this defendant?
Yeah, so admitting to gang membership is not just admitting it to a police officer. If you admit to gang membership on a video, it's the same thing. You've admitted to being a member of that gang. So yeah, there's multiple videos of Mr. Demons claiming G-Shine or GKB as a gang that he belongs to.
What about adopting the style or dress of a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demons was observed multiple times, more times than I can count, wearing the colors red, colors green, and like I stated, the foot soldiers are told to wear tan or brown. And Mr. Demons, there's a bunch of pictures of him wearing this tan trench coat that falls in line with the time where he would have been a foot soldier.
And so we'll come back to some of those pictures in a moment. So what about adopting the use of a hand signs that's identified as used by a criminal gang?
Yes, Mr. Demons knows all the gang signs, and he does them very well. He can do them very quickly, a lot faster than I can.
Can you explain what stacking is?
Stacking is
Yes.
a form of communication with gangs,
This.
within gangs. If you meet another blood, you might you might ask them who they roll with and say, oh, I'm a blood. Then they might just stack his set. So he'll say where he's from, right? So he'll claim, he'll throw maybe a B for blood or a B for blood, and then follow up with each set's, every set has their own specific hand signs that they might throw out. So there's universal hand signs for the UBN and United Blood Nation. Those are just standard signs that all bloods kind of are supposed to know. And then every set will have their own hand signs. And then apart from that, if you're part of a set that is part of a certain neighborhood, you might also add your neighborhood stack into it. So if you live on 27th Street or something like that, 27th Ave, you might throw in your street, especially if you're in an area that's populated by a lot of different blood sets. That way they know where you're from.
What about in terms of associating with one or more known criminal gang members?
So the way I was able to identify these other G-Shy members or blood members was through contacts that he had on his phone and photographs that he had on his phone, social media that he had on his phone, social media, stuff that was publicly posted, stuff that was posted or that was privately inside his phone, not shared.
In terms of what about if they've been observed in the company of one or more known criminal gang members 4 or more times? Were you able to document that in this case?
Yes, there's hundreds of pictures of him with other bloods.
What about if they are identified as a criminal gang member by physical evidence?
Physical evidence would be the videos of Mr. Demons throwing up hand signs, the videos of Mr. Demons saying the G-Shine oath, their motto, all the social media posts, references he makes in songs about being a blood. That's all physical evidence.
Okay, so I want to
The
go,
Bible.
so we'll get to that in just a moment. So Detective Polo, are you taking into consideration that this could be a character or an act that's put on for social media?
No, I don't believe this is an act or a character. This is, as I stated, G-Shine is one of the more violent blood sets. They're the ones that are enforcing when other people are false repping, and that's what they're known for. So if a famous person were to false rep G-Shine, they would quickly get checked. That happened to those two kids. I don't know how old they are. Those two guys that were claiming sex money murder, the Island Boys. Fun haircut.
Okay.
Yeah, they were claiming to be members of sex money murder, which is a set up of bloods, and they quickly got checked by almost every blood that can find them on social media. They got branded, and they then had to recant and apologize.
Did you find any evidence whatsoever of any recanting or apologizing by Mr. Demons in the records that you reviewed?
There's no recanting, there's no apologizing, there's no one calling out Mr. Demons for being a fake blood. There's all they could find is support for Mr. Demons for being blood by other bloods.
Okay, in terms of the specific communications that you went through, were those on a cellular phone and an email extraction? Or
Yes. Yes, it was on both.
Okay, I'm gonna start, I'm gonna make sure defense has a chance to see what's in the estate. Triple U for identification purposes only.
All right, are we finally getting to evidence? Like, if we do one witness a day, and we're only doing 4-day weeks.
Estate triple U for identification purposes only. Do you recognize those documents?
Yes.
How do you recognize those documents?
It's the email chain forwarded to YNW Melly @gmail.com from one Jaquan Burton. Same subject that was identified through his cell phone on his text messages.
Objection, Your Honor, to the reference of his cell phone.
From side by side.
Oh my God. We finally made it to some evidence, and then they immediately sidebar. We finally made it to some evidence.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short recess to discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case in the presence. Please read your notes and add by chair.
Thank you.
You've got to be effing kidding me. You have to be freaking kidding me. So we are now, what time is it? It is 3:11. And we have had this crap going on all day. We have listened to them fight and listened to all of this extensive foundation and questioning and who does your teacher, what credentials does your teacher have and what credentials does their teacher have and how many of this and that and blah, blah, blah. We have gone all day long. And they finally bring in something that's going to be actual evidence, something to do with this case, something for us to actually look at that has to do with this. And it's another sidebar and another recess. The judge allowed for it to be entered in because he said that there has been the prosecutor showed all the stuff showing that he was using the phone, and the judge said that he had seen no evidence that anybody else was using the phone. The only evidence that was presented that anybody else was using the phone was after Melly was already locked up. And even that, we know that there's a recorded jail call where he had to give the passcode to his manager for him to use it.
Okay, there's the testimony from the
So, I really thought we were finally going to get to hear something. Take a shot, do a squat. We are never going to get through oh my God, we live here now. Okay, so we're at number 5 now. I don't know what to do with my life. Okay. Maybe it's a good thing though, because that part was just, I know it's necessary, but it's kind of extensive. So maybe it's good to have the jurors get up and stretch a bit before we actually start hearing anything that has to do with the case, instead of just all the stuff that has to do with all of the history of gangs in America. Anyway, let's see. I like seeing that. I mean, I know the foundational stuff is like necessary, but I like seeing actual like evidence and actual arguments and actual defense and actual like stuff to do with it, so that, you know, we can get all the details so we can make our minds up. All right, let's see. All right, let's see some comments. I'm a little bit behind. No court tomorrow. That's correct. We don't have court on Fridays at all. No court on Friday. Lucy's snoring. I don't know how she's snoring. Let's see. Yes, we are also off the whole week of the 4th, which works out good for me because we're off that Friday, which is good because I wanted to leave early that Friday to get to the port where my boat leaves from. It's really like they planned this around my vacation, which was really considerate. But we have no court that Friday, and then the whole week of the 4th. They're gonna have like what is that, like 10 days off or something? And we go back that Monday. Yes, we live here now. We live here now. Get comfortable. This is like Gilligan's Island. A few people just stuck for years and just tell a bunch of jokes. That's how it feels. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Thank you. Maybe it's not too late. Maybe I can, it's too late. I don't want to go to law school. Yeah. This trial will end by the time I retire. So long. Well, I think it's supposed to be another 3.5 minutes, but you know how that goes. You know how that goes. They have a timer for now, but then the timer will go off. It'll end, and then they'll have a blank screen for a second, and then they'll show like the top of the flag, and then it'll go to Jesse, what's his name, on Law and Crime talking, which will scare me again because it'll be quiet, and then all of a sudden he's yelling in my ear, and then it'll go back to the top of the flagpole. Kelly Davidson says, that was interesting about gangs, as it's been 25 years since I had any education on it. That's amazing. I tried to stay. He had me for the first hour. Ish. Maybe the first. I'll say the first hour. Grammy Rita says, BRB, better hurry. You might miss another sidebar. They did say earlier that there were some complaints about him talking to his attorneys, like about that being on camera so much, and attorney-client privilege and stuff like that, and the microphones being sensitive. So maybe they're keeping it off of him for that reason. I'm not really sure, because they've been showing him, just not as much as normal. And you'd think with the dude being on the stand who can't be seen that they would be wanting to show something more interesting, like reactions and stuff, but who knows? That's what it sounded like. Careful, Luce. That is something that's going to be of concern. 10 days off is a long time to be away from it. And as long as it's taking for them to get any kind of information, look, it's 3:20. We got an hour and a half left of court today, and they've gotten no information whatsoever about Melly or about the trial at this point. And they've been there all day. She has been in court every day, so I'm assuming she is. Oh, here we go. Blank screen. Hi, Wiggle Styles. Hello, hello. Yes, I saw that. That's really sad. And here's the sidebar I mentioned. I've already muted it because I knew it was coming. Called that, didn't I? The basketball video is me. I was pulling it up because there was nothing to look at on the screen. So since they were talking about stacking, I pulled it up. I don't even know why they do timers. They never come back when they say they will. BuffyBot, that has been one of my biggest frustrations, that all of these sidebars and how much it has pushed everything aside, and how long the jury has spent inside a juror's room instead of actually in the courtroom. And there are so many of these things that I feel like should have and could have been worked out. Happy birthday. Please give a birthday shout out to my mom. She is watching. Her name is Grace. Happy birthday, Grace. Happy birthday. We're glad you're watching. I wish we could have given you a much more exciting day for your birthday. Yes, the entire day was all foundation stuff. So, and arguing about the phone, of course. But this is all the testimony we've heard so far from him has been foundational, which is necessary. It's just not the most it's not my favorite part. It is necessary, but it is not my favorite part. Let's see. Yes, our mods are the best. We have the best. We have the best. Radiance Films and Film School Dropouts says, we used to film for Law and Crime, and it's just that the camera operator sucks. They can pick and choose what they want to do. Insider info right here, guys. Let's see. If they even go till 5. This is I mean, we're on day 7, and this is now the second day where we've gone through the entire day with mostly recesses and arguments outside the presence of the jury and some foundation stuff. There you go. The judge ruled the camera can only show Melly during jury entering and leaving the courtroom. It's BS. They didn't ask for a vote. Didn't even ask our opinions. Oh, let's see. Let's see. I want to see how Melly looks. I think we all do. It's always interesting to see everybody's reactions as things are happening. The jury of his peers will never convict him, especially the juror with PTSD who's mad at the judge. Juries are unpredictable. I love all the happy birthdays for Grace. I love that. Yeah, that's really sad about the.
That's part of the 9807 number.
Yeah.
Or so.
What did you say?
purported to be the defendant?
Yes. if
We
I could-
object to that.
Okay,
And 807.
Just the phone number.
sure.
Can I just call the phone? Okay.
Please.
All right, we're all set?
Yes, Your Honor?
The attorney jury.
Are we fighting over the phone again?
So that's the triple U.
Sorry.
Okay.
For romantics and research, yes. I was actually surprised by the jurors' comments because I've never heard that before, but also because they go through such an extensive questioning process for this that if that was something that could potentially be an issue, I'm surprised that it wasn't addressed beforehand. Very interesting.
Jury entrant?
The juror said that she saw somebody get robbed when she was little, and so the undercover officer having a mask on was giving her anxiety. But when they came back from break, she said that she took her
Ladies and gentlemen,
medicine.
thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of the defendant, Mr. Devens, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, our witness, the man like to stand.
Christmas Eve.
And approach, we're still on your direction foundation. Proceed, I sustain the last objection. Repeat your question, please.
Yes, Your Honor. So Detective Polo, the item that has been presented to you is straight states triple U. You recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize it?
It is the email chain addressed to
It was good.
YNW Melly booking at gmail.com.
Is this the same email that is referenced in the 772-713-9807 phone extraction you reviewed?
Yes,
Is that the same or substantially same condition as when it was retrieved from Google via search warrant?
yes.
Here at this time, the state would request that the state's triple U into evidence and published to the jury.
Any objection not previously raised?
We object to it coming in toto and would request that any individual exchange be authenticated, foundation be laid.
Objection not overruled. It'll be admitted.
States triple U will be marked states number 68.
Happy birthday, early.
So Detective Fuller, when I go through this email and the attachments that are on it, one by one. The September 16th, 2018 sent date. Do you see that on there?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please say and read for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the,
Counsel, one second, please.
Thank you. Sorry to disturb.
No.
Grab a chair.
trying to make it as big as possible as well. So the individual that is from on that, if you could read that aloud for the jury?
My computer just stopped. Jaquan Burton at burtonjaquan@gmail.com.
And who is it addressed to?
YNW Melly booking at gmail.com.
And before we get into all of the attachments, in terms of how many times this email was forwarded, is that also reflected on this page?
Yes.
This third entry down, the Jaquan Burton again is the sender. Who is it going to?
The subject name Derek Dixon was identified as Gino,
Okay,
street name Gino.
and we'll come back to Gino in just a little bit. Continuing on. Were you able to identify all of the individual email addresses and associate them with a known person?
So we went through some of them, and were able to identify. Earlier on, there was a Jamell Mitchell. He's in a photograph with Mr. Demons. That was on the first page.
Okay. Is that the one here? Is that what you're talking about?
No, I think I have a copy. Right. Was first page.
I'm sorry.
First page, the first one sent to mitchelljaman@gmail.com.
So going through, continuing to this the first forwarded one on this particular email chain. Can you read the from email?
Bang Bang is the name, and then the email is bangbangascari@gmail.com.
Does the term Ascari mean anything particular or special in relation to the G-Shine Bloods?
Ascari is a step above the foot soldier in G-Shine. It's like their second rank above the foot soldier.
Okay. So continuing on, the information that we're here, and I'm sorry I have to make it a little bit smaller
Who gonna put that on their email? That's just silly.
to fit on the page. Is this some of the history you were talking about?
Yes.
In terms of the individuals that are listed and the dates and things like that. For example, if you look here, the 199BIX. Can you explain or translate that?
1996. I took the S out for a B because Slav is a derogatory term towards blood, so they take out S's as well, put a B in it.
In terms of some of the individuals that are listed on the next line, Corey King, Churchwell, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe. Are those some of the individuals that you talked about that have posted on YouTube?
Yeah, OG, Corey King, he was the original Godfather head, and he was one of the founders. There's a video of him in Tampa, I think from last year or the year before, during the G-Shine National Gathering. He was present, showing, live streaming for everyone, showing the big turnout. There weren't just G-Shine members, there was members from all blood sets, but it was a G-Shine event. OG Churchwell, he's the second one. He's a notorious G-Shine member, one of the original founders. He does a lot of videos online as well with Corey King, a lot separate, but some of the Corey King and some of these others' names, Hitman, Pimp, and Rob Lowe, they're referenced.
My apologies.
They're referenced in these historical accounts from Corey King and Churchwell and some of the other blood leaders that aren't listed here because they're not members of G-Shine.
Okay. There's a word here, DAMU. What is that?
Damu, blood.
Is that something that you see throughout these records?
Yeah, the Damu, or they call themselves OLAs, OLA. It's just a way for them to, it's like saying bro or dude. Damu, you're saying you're blood. I'm an Ola, I'm a blood. Any other blood would know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. At the last line, 3 districts, there's 3 godfathers.
Mm-hmm.
Is that some of the hierarchy you were describing earlier to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
That was, that's how the original G-Shine set was divided. It was divided into 3 temples. We call them temples. And each one of those had their own separate hierarchy.
Okay. And to continue on to the top of the next page where you said temples are on there, that's over here?
Yeah, and it references the names of each individual set. So that's a common thing. Sometimes a lineup or a set will be named after the leader. Sometimes they just give a name. Like Nitrate Gangster Bloods have a set called the Hellraiser set. It's different sets. They just give them names. So here you see some of the names associated with the original three. The most important one here is the 9.5 Killer Shine set.
And the screen in front of you is a touch screen, so you can touch it and it will show where you're looking at.
Yeah, so 9.5 Killer Shine, that one stood out to me.
Why so?
Because in the messages located on the phone between
The 9807 phone number and
between the 9807 phone number and G-Shine numbers that were identified, Gino being Derek Dixon, Herc or Q-Shine being Jaquan Burton, and the person they listed as their godfather being a subject named Stretch, who was identified as Keith Stevens.
Okay.
Yeah, Keith Stevens. His name is Stretch, and Stretch has been documented as in multiple federal indictments as the leader of the 9.5 Killer Shine blood set.
Oh.
So that corroborated past investigations.
Okay. So when you're talking about like calls and responses,
No wonder he wanted to hide.
you mentioned that the information will have kind of the translation. Is that what we're looking at here?
Okay, so right here, this is a way of asking who you fall under and the response you're supposed to give. Then you have, a code and NBA. So if they just wrote, if you find some ledgers or mail in the jail where they write NBA, they're not talking about basketball. They're talking about the National Blood Association. And then here you have what they gave as the name to the ranking system. So the GF is the godfather. They call him the general manager. And this is what I said. It changes from set to set because there might be a set that won't call it the general manager. They'll call him whatever. It could call him anything. It's up to each set to do it, and it could change. It's not written in stone. The high is the next step under that. You call him the head coach. In this specific Bible, the low is 5-star general, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star generals.
Okay. In terms of, is there then laws that are set out for the purposes of G-Shine?
Yeah, so the original laws were written for the UBN. G-Shine adopted the same laws. Those are the original 30 laws. Blood in, blood out, you get jumped in. Sometimes, and like I said, there's exceptions to every rule. Sometimes you get blessed in. So voted in by committee, you're putting in work, that's another way of getting in. No snitching, that's an important rule. No punking out, no backing down from a fight, basically. No homosexuality is very common in the gang world.
Can you translate, you made a comment about being blessed in. Can you just explain that? I don't think you've defined that yet.
So blessed in is when you didn't really put in any work and someone within the organization is just vouching for you. And just saying, hey, this guy's gonna be one of us. They bring you in, you don't get jumped in, you don't have to put it in, you didn't put any work in, you didn't do anything, they just brought you in, they brought you home. That's terms that they would use. But the most commonly used term is blessed in.
Okay. On some of them, like no flu wearing or yellow back.
I don't know, I have no idea.
So there are some things that even law enforcement has yet to decipher.
Yeah, there's certain, I said that I think earlier, that there's certain codes that just, don't make any sense to me. There's certain tattoos that don't make any sense. I just see them over and over and over again on bloods, and I know it means something to them. I just haven't figured out yet what it means, and sometimes they don't answer.
Number 11, that's indicated here, cross out all Cs and replace with Bs, Ks, or Xs. Did you see evidence of that in the phone belonging to the phone number 772-713-9807?
Yes,
Was that in private communications?
private communications and public posts that were posted from that phone.
Okay. And items number 16 and 17. Is that a common rule to basically don't admit anything?
This is what I was talking about where the Bibles are held in secrecy, right? So that's why I send them through email because typically you can't just find someone's email laying on the floor, right? That's not a thing. You can find documents laying on the floor at a search warrant, but to get an email, you would have to write a search warrant for Gmail or iCloud or whoever. So that's why they send out these Bibles a lot in email form.
Okay.
To keep it secret.
The last one on this page, never take another person's side over your homie. What is a homie?
Homie is a member of your set, a member of your blood set. So just because it wouldn't just be any blood, it would just be a blood within your organization, within your lineup, within your set.
Okay.
They didn't say nothing on YouTube.
Again, more of the logs 20 through 30. Okay. And number 27 on this list.
No black on black crimes unless someone violates your set, code, and colors. You gotta respect. That's like the biggest thing in the gang world is respect. With every gang, respect is. If you don't have respect, that's one of those things that could get you killed. And that's been documented over and over and over again.
Okay. And next thing it says oath/red alert. What is that?
The oath, it's one of the, most gangs have that create an oath. This will be one of those things that you have to memorize verbatim. And when you're being quizzed, you're going to be asked to recite these things. This is one of the things you'll be asked to recite. At some point, you'll be expected to memorize all these rules. At some point, you'll be expected to memorize all your creed. They call it levels, so levels of knowledge. And if you assert that you're, let's say, at a certain level of knowledge, and you get tested up to that level of knowledge, and you failed, then you're going to get violated. Now, if you say you're at a certain level of knowledge, and they test you, and you get quizzed, and you answered everything correct, then you're doing just fine.
Okay, so you had mentioned that there were other different sections and hoods. Are those some of the ones that you had previously mentioned? The 9 tray?
Yeah, so
All those?
the original founders of the UBN, OG Mac and Leonard Denite McKenzie, they created all these, well, these gangs existed within the system, within the prison system. They just didn't have these names. Little by little, like it happened in California, where the neighborhood gangs started joining into the Bloods, they then changed their names for something that aligned with the Bloods. So these are the original sets. The dates, they're as accurate as I can tell based on not just interviews, but all the other documents that we've ever recovered have, the dates are pretty consistent. So that these are things that you'll almost never get wrong unless you find a Bible from a jail, from a brand new member of Bloods who's trying to learn, and he's just writing it down, trying to memorize this stuff, because the easiest way to memorize stuff is just keep writing it down, especially if you're sitting in jail.
Mm-hmm. In terms of greeting and replies, are those some of the types of knowledge an individual could be quizzed on?
Yeah, you could, and you won't even know you're being quizzed on it. This is something that happened in one of our undercover cases. Our undercover was first time being a blood, so he didn't answer some of these greetings correctly.
Okay, so going down to almost the bottom of the page where it says on there, rise and shine. What is the proper response if someone says rise and shine?
I shine, you shine, we shine, G shine. It's a very popular G shine saying,
Okay.
and it doesn't have to be exact, right? So if you, it'd be like a variation of it, like right there, I shine, you shine, right? It's not exactly like the other one.
Okay. And in terms of, it says these are meanings, not replies. So if someone says this, is this kind of more the dictionary part of it?
Yeah, sometimes it doesn't make sense. Like some of these dictionaries are just the answers or the definitions to the word to the codes is other codes. It's just unless you have the person in front of you that wrote that, you probably won't be able to decipher it.
Okay. And this continues on in this with different
Codes.
Okay. And reviewing these codes, are they consistent with some of the other gang knowledge that's been recovered and that you have learned about?
Yeah, except for obviously some of the codes are different because codes are updated periodically. For the most part, a lot of these have continued to be used.
Okay. And so there's some of the terms you've already defined, like set tripping.
Mhm.
Is 1965 on that list.
Yep.
Is this something that they continue to evolve over the years?
The code,
Yes.
it could if big indictments come down and a lot of people, if a big indictment comes down, like recently sex crime murder got indicted, and I think a lot of people got arrested on that indictment. We have an active investigation where we know they've completely restructured everything. They're restructuring their Bibles, they're restructuring their chain of command, they're restructuring all the rules. So it's how they evolve.
And so
after law enforcement has gotten hip to whatever is already out.
And so on the bottom of this, it says G slang. What is that translated to?
Speaking codes.
Way too many rules for me.
And continuing on to the next page. Do you have all of these memorized?
No.
Okay.
I've tried. Trust me, I've tried. Between this and all the other games have the same thing going on. A couple hundred pages of that, it's impossible.
Okay.
It's for 90s baby. He's a 90s baby.
So that's the end of the first email, the forwarded email.
Let me approach for a thing. Yes.
Goodness. Oh, thank you, Nurse for God. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's another sidebar. This is number 6. Sidebar number 6. Sidebar number 6. Gosh, that noise is awful. That is way too many rules for me to follow. I could barely follow my condo rules. If you think I could do all that, you are wrong. Yes.
No pads on your chairs, we'll be back in the short.
Another recess? We're all going to have brand new Dominique booties by the time the trial's over. We do shots. I really should start doing. I think I'm going to start doing them. Doing squats every time there's a sidebar. Oh goodness.
It's in here.
Honorable returns, 3/15/2022. This was discussed in the second and third memos, and the third and fourth memos.
So it's not.
It's not in here, that's the third one is in there. Do you have that?
Council, yes, you're, let the record reflect that you stepped out. Councilman Manuel would finish. You're suggesting you don't have this record? Because that's right. I heard, that's what I heard you say. Now you want time to look for it, so you need some time to see if you have it or you don't.
Yes, sir.
All right, we're in recess for a few minutes.
Thank you, Judge. We'll see if you have enough where you're gonna give us.
I need a specific one.
More recess. More recess. Don't we do? We literally every time they call a sidebar today, they've ended up doing a recess. Am I right? Pretty sure. Goodness gracious alive. Oh my gosh, I would love that. I would retire. So with him showing all that stuff, no wonder he wanted to be hidden. Oh gosh, these things are hurting my ears. I think because I was, watch me break them. Because I worked for so long yesterday. My ears need a break. I'm actually glad we have 3-day weekends on this trial. I was going to do, on Fridays, do like a recap stream, like just a short one like we did last week. But Tuesday, we got nothing accomplished. Today, we've got nothing accomplished. Yesterday, we got a lot, but I spent all night last night doing that. Goodness. Let's see. Yeah, I believe they did after the defense questioned him and asked about his teacher's credentials and where he's learned stuff and if he's been on YouTube and all that. Kathleen Tackett says, this judge doesn't take the jury into consideration like the judge in the Travis case. The jury is going into overload. That was one of my big things with the phone. That's why I wanted them to make a decision, because the jury spends so much time like out of the courtroom and they're already asking about how much longer. Can you imagine? We're on day 7 and they're already asking how much longer, and we've gotten nothing accomplished. 2 of the days this week, we only have 4 days of court this week, and 2 of the days this week we've gotten like, I won't say nothing, but very, very little. If you had a candy bar for every sidebar, what candy bar would it be? Kit Kat. Kit Kat. Oh, Kit Kat sounds good. Oh, I might eat an ice cream. Nancy Jennings, this is for your vacation fund. I have earned it. Thank you so much, Nancy Jennings. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. That will buy me a margarita on the deck of the boat. I appreciate that. Oh my goodness. I can't wait. I can't wait. Oh, I need it. Let's see. Let's see. Willy Wonka Gold Ticket Bar. Three Musketeers. Reese's. I've seen Snickers. Y'all are making me want sweets. I am going the 1st through the 8th. I'm going on a cruise with one of my girlfriends, and she was able to get it through her work, like really, really cheap. So we got, like for 8 days, I think I spent $248, which is amazing. And we have like a balcony room, and that includes like the drink the drink package, and then one excursion. So we're going to Turks and Caicos, Dominican Republic. I don't know. I sent it to my mama. Y'all have asked me this before, and I had to pull it up because I did not remember. Oops, I just hit alerts from my mama. Antigua, St. Martin, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, and Turks and Caicos. And I can't wait. Pam, this is for a shot in your girls' night tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If I make it, I'll need it after all this, right? Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Let's see. If it continues this slow, the poor jury may go on strike. That's what I'm worried about, because now we've only got 2 alternates, and we've still got all this time. Lucy will be staying part of the time with my son, who she loves so dearly, and his dog, who he's the sweetest little rescue. We got him when Jacob was still living with me, so she knows him really well, and they play well together, as long as he remembers that she's in charge. He's a lot bigger, but he's goofy. And then part of the time she'll be staying with my mom, who has 2 Yorkies as well.
Should have seen that sidebar. You indicated there was some issue. You didn't have the document. Did you find it or not, or what happened?
We're still checking.
Oh, you haven't resolved it.
We have not resolved it.
So it was pursuant to a search warrant that was signed on March 14th of 2022 by the Honorable Barbara Duffy. The information was provided to the Defense Counsel as once the return came in from Google. It was sent on March 22nd of 2022 and provided that information to counsel. I'm going to try and pull up the email confirmation and provided them another copy of it as well.
Can you try to verify that?
Someone on the team, yes.
All right, we're in recess.
I don't really believe them. I think that we've got an hour left, and they are wanting to stall because they don't want anything bad coming in before a 3-day weekend, because the jury will be thinking about it. But I could be wrong. At this point, just put on a tinfoil tiara. I've got all my theories. I am 40 years old. Zinc Floyd, I am 40 years old. 39 plus. I should start saying that. 39 plus. 39.999. Let's see. Running the clock down. See, that's what I feel like. Nurse for God, another vacation gift for you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. It's the blurry camera. That's what. That's keep the blurry camera on. Oh yeah, I'm gonna just pin your comment and just leave it up there. Yes. Let's see. But didn't they just say, okay, comment says they didn't lose documents. The state did not provide all the printed copies the last time, but they should have already been aware of defense tactics and plan accordingly. Didn't she just give the information about when they sent it and everything? The one of the one that was scared of the mask, she's fine now. She said she took her medication. The other one that they dismissed is the one who was sick on Tuesday, and as long as we're talking tinfoil tiara conspiracy theories, I think that, let me put it like this. If this were a movie and I saw where they had said a juror's full government name on live stream, and then a few days later, all of a sudden that juror is too sick to come in, I would have theories if this were a movie. Court is off every single Friday. They do not have Fridays scheduled on the docket at all. This trial is only Mondays through Thursdays. Probably because it's such a dang headache that that they know that we're going to need a 3-day weekend every single time. I love this. Natalie O says 25 plus shipping and handling. I like that. So from now on, I'm 39 plus shipping and handling. And shipping and handling is going to get a lot more as I go, but that's okay. You need some Letitia hairdos to distract from the sidebars. I know I haven't done any Letitia hairdos in a while, but JT has night court. He's been handling them. Exes fam says life begins at 40. You know what? I believe that because I have this. You know what I love about being the age I'm at right now? Look, I love my kid, y'all. I was joking when I told Boom that being a parent is overrated. I was joking. Don't tell my kid I said that. However, I put in a lot of work. I was like, when I was married, like I was one of those that, I worked full time, but I came home and I cooked supper every night, and I did all the laundry, and I did all the everything always. All the everything always I did on top of working full time. And it's a lot of work raising a kid too. And this is the first, I had Jacob when I was 20. This is the first time in my life that I haven't had a kid to take care of, because now he's on his own. Same building. Well, technically the building next door, but same condo complex, but one building over, 2 floors down. So we have enough space, but he's on his own now. And I don't have a kid to take care of. I don't have a husband I have to take care of. So this is the first time in my life I've been able to just do my own thing. And it is like a whole new life started at 40. Let's see. Yeah. JT is at work. He works during the day. He doesn't get to, he gets to hang, like pop in and portal in sometimes and say hi. Freedom. Sweet, sweet freedom. But you know what's cool though, like about not having anybody else to take care of? Like I can have a bowl of cereal for supper. I can, if I want to sleep in, like on the days when I'm not doing this, you know, like if I want to stay in bed all day and like if I, like especially after doing all of this all week, you know, like I'm exhausted by the end of the week. So if I want to like stay in bed all day and like, you know, eat popcorn and watch trashy reality TV and doze in and out of consciousness, I can. I don't have anybody else that I have to take care of, except for Lucy, but she's just a little bitty thing. Oh, I'm not saying that the juror was threatened. I'm just saying if I were a tinfoil tiara type of girl and had conspiracy theories, I would say I think it's ironic that she was sick Tuesday morning. They said her full name on live stream, and here we are 2 days later. And oh, that's right. I said 4 days. We only have 3 days of court this week, and 2 of the days we haven't gotten hardly anything accomplished. But they said her name on Tuesday, and now here we are 48 hours later, and she's too sick to come in. So I was saying if I were a tinfoil tiara type of girl.
Assistant State Attorney, the jury's in the jury room. So, counsel, you came sidebar and there said there was a problem that you thought there was maybe a discovery violation and they didn't comply, sent her off to you discovery, but now you're looking at it and you have it. Is that right or wrong?
Well, you can't find it, but they did show us a
They showed us a paper.
They showed us a document that says it was sent to us. I can't dispute it at this moment. We can't locate it, but
This time you're not alleging there's, do I need to do a Richardson here? Are you alleging there's a discovery violation?
no, I can't in good faith say that based upon this receipt. So,
I can say I don't have that email that receipt. I searched all three of my emails. There's one email that day at 11 a.m. regarding text messages from the deposition of one of the receipts. So that is not in my email. It's not in the email for March 23rd. So it's emailed to me at emails. And it was also emailed to me.
and it was also supposedly emailed to me.
Yes.
I can't, based upon this receipt, I can't.
We have receipt, but no attachment.
We have, they provided a receipt coming out of the office of the state attorney.
I suggest you have to look at the deposition and if she was questioned about this specific document.
That would do it.
So my suggestion is
Question by us.
that she's not gonna finish, or she's at this rate finish her direct today. So we'll study this over the weekend.
At this time, you're not alleging there's any discovery violation. I don't need to
No,
produce the Richardson hearing. Is that correct?
At this moment, no.
Oh.
I can't.
So we're going to proceed with the testimony. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes,
Yes? Everybody agrees?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can I bring the jury in now?
Yes, sir.
Look, these attorneys are dang good. If you think for a second that they're just up there and don't know what happened to their paper and
Couldn't resist. Couldn't.
Huh? I'm afraid it'll make me again.
Forget them very please.
Jury entering.
I got all my tinfoil tiara theories today. Those attorneys are too good at their job to be missing something.
In the presence of the defendant, his counsel, the assistant state attorney, ladies and gentlemen, jury, witness remains on the stand. Counsel, I think you want to continue with your direct examination of the witness.
Yes, and continue publishing of State 68. So we've gone through the initial email, so now I want to go through each of the attachments. Are these, Detective Fuller, are these additional items of which an individual would be expected to memorize?
Yes.
Okay. When you talk about being promotions, is that also discussed in this particular 15 raised document?
Your Honor, I object to the manner in which this question is being done. It's leading.
Rephrase your question, counsel.
Detective, you talked about how people are promoted through the ranks.
Yes.
Is that reflected in this document?
In this one page?
Yes.
No, it's just like the principles of the game.
Oh.
Specific things that meanings they gave to symbols that they have within the organization. So like the 5-point star, they give meaning to each point of that star. Pyramid, what the pyramid means. The crown, the 5-point crown.
Okay. Moving on to the titled 23 rules. This is, so it's clear for the record, the second attachment on this email?
Yes.
Okay, we've seen their text and they violated one of those rules. I
These
can
are all
tell you
rules
right
you can
now.
be expected to abide by.
Number 12, communicate with someone on the lineup. Is that the term you defined earlier?
Tapping in, yeah, you need to make sure to report to your, up your chain.
Okay. Moving on to the third attachment, what is this one called?
5 ways of hanging up. This is how acts and ways that you can move up within the ranks, ways that you're expected to participate and do things for your organization, for the gang.
Okay. In terms of going down to the bold names, so if you could read them out loud so it's clear for the record which particular document we're looking at.
Number 1, physically.
It's like more papers than my mortgage.
Physically, you want to read the type.
No, just the bold on that one. Number 2.
Mentally.
Number 3.
Spiritually.
Number 4.
Economically.
And number 5.
Socially.
Moving on to the next, the meaning of G-Shine. You had mentioned that sometimes there are specific colors that individuals are told to wear. Is that reflected in this document here that was found in the YNW Melly booking email?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
What does this say about the uniform or fashion statements?
It gives directions on the colors of the organization, what they mean, and as with other signs and symbols that they have, like the 5-point star, they gave each point of the star a specific meaning. They do the same thing with the colors. They'll come up with initialisms of what each letter of that color means, and why it means something to them.
Okay. In terms of the colors that were identified in this G-Shine document, what were they?
The colors I already mentioned, red, green, brown, black. I mentioned both, red, green, and brown.
Okay. Next page here, what is it titled?
Meaning of G-Shine Mascari.
And then it says in here you've been, what does DMV mean? The Department of Motor Vehicles?
No. It would be the, like the castle. I'm not sure exactly what that acronym is, but when you move up in the ranks, you would be reassessed by your higher ups, by your council.
Okay. Is there a specific uniform that you talked about with previously that's mentioned in this document?
Yeah,
Objection leading.
Is over.
wearing brown and with a white t-shirt underneath, untucked. It says it in there to signify that you're always ready for battle.
In terms of the email address that we had looked at previously, the Bang Bang Ascari, is that consistent with what was said to be done in this last paragraph?
Yes. That's typical with the gang name in general.
Nurse
Members
Forgot
will
needs
just
the membership. Thank you, Nurse
put the
Forgot.
gang
Thank you.
name at the end of their moniker, their Instagram handle, Facebook handle, whatever it is.
Okay. Going on to the next document in this, what is this titled?
The oath, that's one of the oaths you have to memorize.
Okay.
United Blood Nation oath.
And now this photo here, what is this illustrating? I can make it a little bit bigger, I know it's.
This is when they restructured. They were talking about the grass has been cut low and the snake's heads have popped up. So when they restructured, it was for, like I said, when there's indictments, stuff like that, they need to restructure and change the rules up so that way they can weed out people that they might think are cooperating with law enforcement or just people who aren't being true to the organization. So this is talking about that basically.
There's a line that says it talks about a memo. Is that something you've seen in your training experience, that there are memos that are issued to update policy?
Yeah, anytime it looks like a directive, anytime things are going to change within the organization, they usually will close the books. So no new members, they'll freeze everything, no movement, and they'll reassess what they have to do within the organization so that they can continue to reorganize and move forward.
Okay. In terms of, you said the books, what are the books?
To turn to mean literally the books, like the ledgers where they would write the members' names. So when the books are closed, you're not going to put new members into the books.
Okay.
Most well-organized gangs will have a national ledger where all the sets will be outlined with all the members and what ranks they currently hold.
Okay. And in terms of this last email here, an image, that's the close-up, or I'm sorry, the last image was a close-up of this
Thank you.
email header. Who was this email sent to?
Isaiah Aberhart, he was identified as subject name Goon on the phone. No, I forgot the phone number.
772-713-9807, that phone?
That phone.
Okay. And who was it sent to?
YNW Melly booking at Gmail.
So you mentioned a lot of the items in the phone that you reviewed.
Yes.
I'm going to start out with what's been labeled as states triple V for identification purposes. Going to defense. Detective, do you recognize what's been labeled as states triple V?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is a extraction report from the cell phone, ending in 9807. Messages between that phone number and the contact saved as GF stretch with the C crossed out, using an X instead of a C.
And does this really accurately depict the conversation that is on that cell phone?
Yes.
Here at this time, the state would request to move states triple V in and publish to the jury.
Same
Yeah.
thing.
Objections overruled. It'll be admitted.
States triple B will be marked state 69.
Oh, looky who's here. Oh. Hey, JT.
Okay, detective, on this particular phone and this messages, there's the term rise up and beloved. Is that something based on your training and experience you can offer an opinion on?
Yeah, it's mentioned throughout multiple G-Shine Bibles, the term rise up. Beloved's just a term of endearment that they're using between each other. On its own doesn't really mean anything, but knowing that these guys are members of G-Shine, it does.
Objection, Your Honor.
Stay.
Okay.
Raise your question.
So in terms of the term HURK, H-U-R-K, on this particular message, is that something you've seen before?
Yes.
And what does HURK mean?
Herc is a term used by members of G-Shine to refer to each other. It's like calling each other bro or dude, same thing. Members of G-Shine call each other Herc. That's one of the terms they use.
And on the December 1st, 2018, this particular message, is there another term that would indicate G-Shine affiliation?
The rank designation is Scary. He's addressing the person receiving that message as an Ascari.
Okay.
He's not just saying the word Ascari.
Understood. In terms of the last message here that looks like December 29th of 2018, you could read that one aloud, please, and I can make it bigger.
You have many other hoods that have productible aspects in motion, and it's time for us to put a form of some businesses into existence so we can grow as a family. We are already established financially, so we want to combine with you in the form of growth and development and endure prosperous ventures as a collective.
Going on to January 27th of 2019, is it the same use of the term beloved?
Yes.
Then it says line up some venues. Detective Fuller, I want to ask you, if someone is a member in any sort of music group,
Yes.
why would they be talking about venues with someone who is identified as a godfather?
Because they would need to get,
Sustained.
So Detective Fuller, I want to back up and go into your training and education and experience on areas of control by specific areas under the blood gang hierarchy. And you mentioned that there are different sets in different areas of the country.
correct.
In terms of the various neighborhoods and various businesses within that neighborhood, do you have training and experience as to how access to those businesses are controlled?
So if you're in a neighborhood that is predominantly controlled by the specific gang, whether it be the Bloods, the Crips, whoever, and you are trying to go to that neighborhood, you need to have almost like an approval to be there. If not, you might, if you're in the wrong neighborhood, you might get approached, and the repercussions could be different for every person, but the point is you'll probably get confronted.
So I want to move on to some of the other messages that you've gone through. One marked as states W. It's been previously provided to defense counsel. I'm showing you states W. Prior to coming to court today, did you have an opportunity to review this document?
Yes.
Does that document fully and accurately depict 5 different chat conversations between the individual using the 9807 phone number and some of the individuals you talked about previously, Gino, Perk, Jaquan Burton, et cetera?
Objection.
Suggestion.
That this witness is not in a position to attest to whether that accurately reflects conversations between two people that it was not a party to.
Sustained.
Does that accurately reflect the conversations that were captured on the 9807 cell phone extraction?
Yes.
In terms of, is there any additions or deletions from the cell phone extraction?
I don't believe so. I didn't see any in red. Usually when they've been deleted.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the conversations on the 9807 cell phone?
May we
Yes.
approach?
Yeah, this time the state would request to move states W in and publish to the jury.
I object, Your Honor. Improper foundation, insufficient foundation.
Objection overruled. It'll be admitted.
States W.
States W would be marked states 70.
Wow.
So Detective, I'm gonna go through and start with some of the pictures that are in this exhibit. Okay.
Reference the pages as you go if you don't.
Will do. So starting and going on, which is labeled as page 6, and this is a conversation that starts out with an individual named Foley and the 9807 cell phone number. Are there pictures that are sent back and forth between these individuals?
Yes.
So, and with your Honor's permission, I'm going to switch over so I can pull up the pictures from the digital version.
Baby Bear just gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
So the record's clear, counsel. What's the exhibit number?
This is still the same exhibit. This is just the digital copy so that we can access the photos.
So exhibit 770.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So in terms of the images that were sent, were you made familiar with Jamell Demons?
Yes.
Can you point him out in this particular photograph? I'm sorry, it's no longer a touch screen on that, I don't believe, because it's now on this.
It's the subject where she's jumping.
In the center of the frame?
Yes.
Objection, may the record reflect that the state pointed to it and he identified the person to whom the state pointed.
So let's go to a different one. Do you see the defendant Jamell Demons in this photo?
Can I stand up, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
In terms of the hand gestures or signals that he is making, is that anything that you can comment on with your expertise?
It's an east side sign, he's an east side blood. That's a whole blood sign, that's a blood sign.
You have to speak up.
I'm sorry, sir. Well, I'll talk to you now.
And so you first said the east side one, is that being done with his left hand or right hand?
I don't know if the pictures. East side being pointed forward.
Okay.
And then the other hand is kind of crooked, so I can't tell if he's doing another east side or if he's doing this, which is a blood hand sign.
Those are both from page 6 of State 70. Going now to page 14. You indicated that some of the emails were identified as a specific individual. Who was that?
Derek Dixon in the emails was identified as Gino, and Gino, this phone number was identified as Derek Dixon, one and the same person.
In terms of the messages here on page 14 of State 70, the first message on September 16th of 2018, what does that say?
I'm sorry, say that again, which one?
The first
This one?
Sorry.
Gino locked me into love, and then took out the C of the X.
Okay. Then the next message, the response from the 9807 phone number. What is that?
050, that's blood code. Later on in this text thread, he explains it.
Okay. Down to the next one from the number that's identified as Gino.
Mhm.
And what message does that say?
Me and the Godfather, the GF, talked about you till we come into your show in Orlando.
Okay. Moving on to page 15. In this second message here on page 15, what are we looking at? The 050 means on point. Could you translate that, please?
Gino's, the subject saved as Gino is explaining what the code means, so that the recipient doesn't mess up when the Godfather questions him and says it down below. Just a few things the Godfather might hit you with, I'm making sure you're on point. So I was saying 050 means on point, DL means I got you. And he proceeds to give other definitions. SL means shine up, greetings and responses are rise and shine, I shine, you shine. Rise up and pop, and shine right, shine bright, my shine, plan to be gold. So these are all things that were written in that original document we went over.
And the original document, in terms of the date on that, do you recall?
Like
For the
Queen.
Set date?
So September something. September 16th, 2018.
September 16th.
You know how you got all the rules when you meet the queen, like you can't turn your back and you have to respond a certain way?
So in some of the responses from the 9807, again, that term her.
Again, it's just a term used between members of G-Shine. He's just responding, recognizing, just using G-Shine terms.
Okay. Continuing on through the month of September on page 16. In terms of the message here from the 9807.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Right. Clear so we can see, what does it say there?
Just checking in. The C is taken out and the B is put in its place.
And can you explain what, or translate the September 21st, 2018, 11:26 p.m. message from Gino?
Just asking if he's all right. Everything's good. He responds, everything's good. We'll find out.
Can you explain what is a square?
It's reference to
Page 19.
a square is a narcotic slang for typically a kilogram of any type of narcotics, so cocaine, heroin, whatever.
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
404B, 403.
Motion second.
Sidebar number 7. Sidebar number 7, take a shot, do a squat. Nauseous. Lucy's asleep on my lap. God, I gotta mute that for a second. Lucy's asleep on my lap, or I would.
So Detective Polo, in terms of your training and experience in narcotics and gang investigation, what is a square?
Square is in reference to a kilogram of any type of narcotic that is sold in kilograms because it's shaped like a square.
Okay. So I want to talk now on page 21. On September 23rd, 2018, 6:25 p.m.
Mhm.
Can you read those two text messages and then help to assist in the understanding of what they mean?
Page, I'm sorry.
21.
So the guy hit is who he moves through on that. He got the Skittles. The next one too.
Yes, please.
Bro with that square, wanna know what you want for a hook and a verse.
Okay, and can you explain what the Skittles in that message?
So that language has evolved the Skittles because right now the Skittles are something completely different. Back then it was talking about ecstasy pills, MDMA pills, those have to be ecstasy.
And in terms of looking in context, the message before that on September 23rd, 2018, 6:23 p.m. with what is a Z?
A Z is short for a zip. A zip is slang for an ounce. Call it that because you put it in a Ziploc bag.
Okay. So going on to page 22, there's a different phone number that's listed on there. Tell him to call.
Right.
And what phone number is listed there?
954-376-9158.
Okay. The next message.
That's Crack's phone, by the way.
If you could read that one on September 23rd, 2018, 9:58 p.m.
He got it. Yeah, I heard his name, image. He's very important. He's gonna give you some, baby. He's over the whole South Carolina.
When you talked about earlier about areas of influence, is that what you meant?
Yeah, so especially with the lineups that cross state boundaries, you would need to know where your higher ups are reporting from. Because if you say I report to Stretch, you're going to say who's Stretch, especially if they're not a part of your lineup. You say I report to Stretch out of South Carolina, then they can double check you and reach out to their contacts in South Carolina, make sure that Stretch is a real person.
Okay. Continuing on to September 25th, 2018.
This is Melly and that Gino
Another
guy, but
message
the number he just gave
on
him
page
was correct.
23 for Defense Counsel.
Thank you.
Is this again referring to the same image name from the previous?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the baby is?
Only the brick,
Okay.
small like baby.
That ain't the baby, that's my baby.
And the response?
Think about that every time I hear that.
Haven't heard from him 20.
So then moving on further down that page on 10:08 p.m. What does Gino ask?
The number identified as Gino states, DL, did you get your date for the Savannah State Show?
And the DL, what does that mean?
Do you get,
I'm
sorry?
The DL, does that have a specific connotation or meaning?
Yeah, it does. I'm drawing a blank right now, sorry.
That's okay. It's been a long day. We'll come back to it. So with regards to the next line on that, what does that one read?
Yo, the GF Godfather gonna call you, take out the C, call you today, make sure you UAB, you're on point.
And the response was?
Everything's good. All fine.
That takes a lot of effort.
So
Think
I'm
about
going to go
spell check.
then again to the digital version to reference this picture here. So Gino send the number identified as Gino ending in 4281 sends an image, and this is on page 24 for council.
Gino is one of the guys that they said is one of the affiliated ones who was in the email stuff too. Well, that'll give you a headache.
In terms of this message, anything, can you translate as to what it's talking about?
So it's a picture of another phone, taken with phone, contact name tall, person holding the phone writes, did you ever skyline with him? So did you ever connect with him or talk to him? He's dying to talk to you. Melly, that is. And then And then he says he's gonna have to hit him up today.
So I didn't hear that.
He's gonna have to hit him up today.
So then continue on to the DL line, is that what,
Tell him they'll be expecting him.
okay, and then the next response,
Want you to groom him, show them the meaning of the chain of command, safety and security, show you something different.
and the response,
I got you. I just know that by him talking to you.
Back to the hearsay. This is an image of a conversation between two other people.
Why don't you come for a second?
Time for a break. Take a shot, do a squat. How many more days will this be going on? All of them. All of them. All of the days. Every single one of them. This is our life now. But at least we have 3-day weekends. That noise is god awful. These are the this is prosecution questioning. These are the messages on Melly's phone between him and one of the guys, Gino, who was in the email about the Bloods, talking about giving him tips on how to talk to the Godfather, who's the higher up in the Bloods, and telling him different things and when they're going to come to the concert. And now it looks like he's sending him a screenshot of where he told the Godfather dude that he wanted to talk to him. And this was his response. And that number he gave out was his manager, Track's phone number. Track is 100K Track, also known as Jameson Francois. Not a chance in hell. This will give me a headache. Nope, nope, nope. I'm enjoying my 3-day weekend. No more charting for y'all this weekend. Nope. Maybe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a couple of things. We're going to take a short recess about why this is still up there. The attorneys are advising me, or excuse me, I'm being advising you that this is a conversation between two parties. It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted in the conversation. It's being offered to show the effect on the listener. All right? That's the purpose of it. So we're going to pick it up in a minute. Right now, I need to take a short restroom break. So we're going to be in recess. Do not discuss the case. Don't form any opinion about the case. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case with the president. And no recess. Thank you.
Dang it, y'all.
Brooke.
Oh, he's
Let the
smiling.
record reflect the attorney stepped out.
He smiled.
Can we get a restroom break from Mr. Evans?
You got a couple more.
Can we talk about scheduling off the record? We don't need to be on the record.
Judge wants to discuss it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's real rude for them to like cut us off. Every time. Every time. I don't know. They haven't before, but I mean, at this rate, they're going to have to start going till like at least midnight or something if they want to get more than one witness a day. The murders happened October of 2018. Right? They do this every time things start to get like, once we actually start to get like actual information. Rude. So rude. Molly Cuddle, I love to answer questions. That is one that you are better off Googling. The defense is just breaking the momentum of the state. Yeah. Today is the final day. Yeah, we'll be in verdict watch any moment. We will be in verdict watch any moment. Today is the last day. You know what's funny about this though is that there was so much pretrial, so much pretrial, which makes it a little bit more difficult to understand why all of this is happening. There was so much pretrial. Let's see. Funny Man T-Mac says, I believe that the prosecution has failed to prove that Melly was the shooter. They have not had a chance to prove anything to anybody. With all the sidebars and recesses, we've barely even started this trial. They have proven, in my opinion, that it was not a drive-by. Brandi is Latin for beautiful. Old Latin. I like that. I was named after that Drunken Sailor song, but hey, Latin for beautiful sounds a lot more poetic. I was named after the Drunken Sailor song and Santa Claus. It's doomed from the start. Let's see. They have proved that. What have they proved? Let's see. What have they proved? Y'all tell me what they've proved so far. Let's try to find something we've accomplished in the last 7 days. What have they proved? I think they've proved that it's not a drive-by. What else? Anything else? I understand. I get that. I do get that. Yes. Let's see. I understand it wasn't a drive-by, but Melly was out of the car a mile away if we're going to look at the phone records. What phone records are you looking at? Because that is not what I saw yesterday. It's actually the exact opposite of what I saw yesterday. Let's see. Oh my goodness. That is correct. It wasn't a drive-by, and things like this happen all the time. My cousin's best friend shot him 5 times and he survived. Wow. Well, that's a miracle. Okay, yeah, there you go. There's something we got that's solid. They proved Melly got in the car. We saw that video. There you go. Let's see. That there was a shooting. Got proof of that. That shots came from the back left seat. That's something they've proven. Proven that food poisoning is serious and it can delay a whole trial. What is happening? His name, that there's 2 victims, that he was with the victims at night. Aha! that the jail given that state issued stuff. That state issued stuff does not work. They have proven that. Lord knows we have seen him sniffing himself. Let's see. That Felicia was a hostile witness. Yes, yes. Nothing incriminating in those messages regarding the murders. Nope. There's nothing in the messages yet that we have seen regarding murders. And every time we think we're getting somewhere, take a shot to a squad. Every single time. They prove the state is sneaky. She tries to sneak stuff in there. Let's see. And that's his phone. They proved that's his phone. You know what though? You know something that and I get that, you know, different generations are different about these kind of things. The judge it sounds really confused about how Sack's name comes up on the thing. That's not, you can, like, that's not abnormal. Like, they share a plan, and the plan or the account is in Jamie's name, or phone or whatever it was in Jamie's name, but they're on the family plan and Sack is on it too. So that's not weird to me. Like, if you call caller ID from my old phone, it would show up as my husband's name. We were on the same plan. Like, but it's one of those things like where on like T-Mobile and I think Sprint and one of the other ones, like there's a thing on the website where you can make it say what you want to say. So it doesn't have to come up to whose number it's registered in. So like, I didn't want my stuff coming up to, you know, what my name is. So I just left it the way it was. It was my husband's name, but you can change it. Actually, my son changed his to say something weird when he was in middle school, something that middle schoolers thought were funny. To me, that's not even a weird thing, but I guess the judge doesn't. He said something about he doesn't understand. They prove that Melly is getting what he paid for with these attorneys. They are fighting for him. They are leaving no stone unturned. Is that a saying? No stone unturned? Let's see. Oh, yeah, that they lied about the drive-by and what happened. They have proven that my inner thighs are made of steel. There you go, Lisa Wilmot. How do I think this will end? I have no idea. The way this is going, in a mistrial, honestly, to be completely honest. The way that they're dragging this out, and we are down to 2 alternate jurors, I think we're going to end up in a mistrial. Yes, that song. All the sailors say Brandi. That song. No, I don't watch. I don't look at TikTok stuff. Look, I posted 2 TikToks when I was doing the Murdoch stuff, and you can say whatever you want about me. I could care less. One thing I know, I am smart. Another thing I know, I find the data and I focus on that. I am very, very clear about if I have a theory, then I will let you know it's a theory. If I have data, I will let you know that this is data, this is where I found it, and I know for real, it's for fact. I'm very, very particular about that. And during Murdoch, I posted 2 things on TikTok. And what's that? What is it they say about TikTok? It's where people who don't read books go to fight with people who write them. That's what TikTok is. It's like 12-year-olds telling you that they know better than you. I literally would research stuff, and I would find the court documents and the data, and I would watch and rewatch the testimony, and I would pause and write down the data and plot everything out, and they would tell me that I'm wrong. I'm like, isn't it past your bedtime? Like, go eat a snack and go to bed. I hate TikTok. I hate it. Not a fan. I'm too old for it. Maybe don't understand it. Don't like it. Don't like it. Not a TikTok fan at all. Let's see. Yep, they're going to come back and say, see you on Monday. We're going to go ahead and take recess for the weekend. Mistrial, well, it depends on the reason for mistrial. I think that they're going to end up in a mistrial for this because it's just a theory. It's just something that could happen if we keep going on this track. But it took them from April, and let me say this too: mistrial is like an absolute last resort for judges. But they started jury selection in April, and we are only now on day 7 of this trial, and we now have only 2 alternate jurors. And the way that they're going, I have a feeling that we are going to end up losing jurors along the way, and they will end up in a mistrial. But what do I know? Just a tenfold tiara theory. The mobile is Melly's. Let's see. Oh, yes, please hit the like button. It helps my little algorithm thingy. Hit the like button. Let's see how many likes we're at. We have 900 people in here, and we have 350 likes. I'm quitting. Yes, they have proven that the extensive pretrial motions, and when I say extensive, y'all, it took me a long time to go through all those court documents, that the extensive pretrial motions were still not enough, and that attorney liberty is super unprofessional. Them giggling got a lot of people mad. A lot of people mad. The blood code was on Melly's phone. It was sent to his email that he was logged into on his phone. Look, Melissa Ann, I will tell you right now, you ain't missing nothing. When I did it, because everybody kept telling me, oh, you got to put your charts on TikTok. And I did it. And then when you have like 11-year-olds telling you that they know the legal system better, or they know the data better because they heard their mom fussing about it on the phone, you ain't missing nothing. You ain't missing nothing. You have the right to hate anything you want. I hate TikTok. Yeah, this could be like our TikTok support group. Every time we have a extended sidebar, we'll just have a TikTok support group. Take a shot, do a squat, talk about TikTok. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, yep, that's one thing that was shown too. Cortland has DNA on him of both of the victims. Lisa Wilmot says, I am not a fan of any social media for that reason. This is my most social scene. I had never even been on Twitter until I started with the Murdoch stuff, and that all happened accidentally, and then it went viral. So that's how all of this ended up happening. I'd never even been on Twitter before. And one thing I do like about Twitter, though, is that on Facebook, it's like you're hearing ideas from like your high school friends and your college friends and your coworkers and your, the women who went to church with your granny and stuff. But like on it's kind of limited to that. But on Twitter, I like that it opens you up to a whole, like a much bigger group. Like you can focus in more on interests and stuff. I like that. It could be a hung jury. I am not doing a poll on how long this trial will last because it will make me depressed. It will make me depressed before a 3-day weekend. All right, we'll do it. Whatever. All right, what do you want the options to be? How long do you think this trial will last? 2 years, 4 years, or 6 years? All right, so the first thing that they said was end of July. So that'll be our first option, end of July. They have it on the docket until August 3rd, I think. So I'll put that. So we have July, August. Let's go September. We'll do this. They say August 3rd. We'll do late August. And then we'll do September and beyond. Y'all don't make me cry. It's never going to end. Oh, thank you, True. We are now up to 429 likes. Let's see. Yeah, is the message on the phone when he said, I did that? Yeah. That was on his Instagram, I think. And his Instagram was logged in on that phone, I believe is what they said. Oh, look at there. JT said if we get to 500 likes, I'll find a new wig for tomorrow. 600 likes and I'll find 2. JT and his wigs. They love it. It's so funny. Oh, thank you, Taylor Elliott. If you sent it to my email, I'll check it. I'll since we don't have trial on Fridays, I'm going to try to get caught up on some of my other stuff like the website and stuff like that on Friday. So I'll take a look at it tomorrow. I did add Boom. They asked me last night when we did the interview with Boom about everything going on inside the courtroom. They wanted him to be a trial daddy, so I added him. So he's on the trial daddies one. Let's see. Yeah, actually, that's a good point, Heather. Sometimes those are adults thinking and acting like kids. Let's see. See, it's 5:11. They're going to come back and just send us away. Isn't that funny? Jibbity bibbity. Good point. Hold on, my kid's calling. I'm live. I'll call you back. That's a good point because the last judge rushed everything so much, and this one is like the exact opposite. And we were all so frustrated that the last one was rushing it, and it's like, hey, careful what you ask for. Careful what you ask for. Did I see the comment? I'm behind on chat. Are you talking about the one for the wigs? I'm trying to catch up. Let's see. Yes, that's okay. That's another thing we proved. Yep. Got that one. Thank you, Casey Bamagal, for the super sticker. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Forever. Forever. We live here now. This is where we live. Rest of our lives. Yeah, because I will more than likely, if they stream that one, I will more than likely do that one as well, because it's kind of like, streaming the Lori Vallow trial. It's, it's like I spend so much time that y'all don't see, like when I'm off air. I spend so much time going over the stuff and researching and getting information together and stuff like that, like going over court documents, pulling new court documents, every morning, stuff like that. Like, so it's like when you invest so much time into it, and then there's like a co-defendant, I feel like it would be silly not to cover that one too, because it's kind of like, we're already so invested. So depending on scheduling, I will more than likely cover that one as well if it's streamed. Let's see. We do not have 600 likes yet. We are at 454 is what I see. Unless that's updated. Oh, it's at 462. Inquiry Mind, have a walk on the beach with a drink. Thank you for spending time with us. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. William Fagan, they have not dismissed them for the day. They were doing yet another sidebar and recess, and now we're just waiting for them to bring everybody back in just to tell them they're going home. That's basically what's happening right now. Oh, you can see the Trial Daddy calendar on the website. If you go to 13thjuror.live, it's 13th juror.live. There's a link for it on there. Virginia Little says, Boom lost me when he said it was normal for everyone to use everyone else's phone. I don't know who that's normal for. Everybody does things different. Ain't nobody touching my phone. Ain't nobody touching my phone. Nope. That's a big nope. Nope, nope, nope. Taylor Elliott, that's it. Just the video. Let's see how many we have now. how many likes we're at. We have 473. We're close to getting, if you get to 500, then, 474 now. If we get the 500 or the 600, then JT's got, I love how, like, just JT gets, like, have to, gets volunteered to do all this stuff. Oh, let's see. Brenda Horton, yes, they have wasted so much time on the phone. I wish that instead of all of that time that they could have just presented what each of them had to say, presented it one time, argued it out, made a decision, and moved on. It's insane how much time we've spent arguing over this. And even now it's been admitted and everything is still an objection, which I do understand, but at least now we're finally past the point of admitting it into evidence, just to admitting the cell phone extraction into evidence. At least that's one less argument for now. Eddie Jr., I was thinking that earlier, that the sidebar would be a great bar to open next to the courthouse. I thought that same thing. Good night, Brett. It is 5:18. It is time to party. About to party, I mean take a nap. I'm supposed to be my friends at 6:30. Which it's 4:18 my time because I'm in the panhandle of Florida. Lisa Wilmot says, if we get 600 likes, will JT color his beard two-tone in colors of our choice? His wife may object. Mrs. Brewcrime may object, but we can go for it. We can try. Good point, Megan. Defense gets paid by the hour. He's here for all of it. Good point. His defense attorney would make a great judge. He would definitely have his court in order. He is very commanding. Like he is an excellent attorney. No matter which side you're on or what you think, about guilt, innocence, or any of that stuff, he is an excellent attorney, and he is fighting for his client. Maybe they just forgot about us. I feel like we're like the jury that was left in the jury room and they've just gone on with their lives. Like, what if like how long do we wait before we just give up on them coming back? Like till, what time is it now? 5:20? Do we give it till 5:30? Do we give it till 6? Do we give it till Friday? How long are they going to leave us here? Only 219 in California. See, you know what? California, y'all got it made on this trial. You know why? Y'all can sleep in. Well, I say sleep in. You don't have to start with us right on time. It's because it starts at 9:00 Eastern, which is 8:00 my time. You can just join in the morning when it's your time to get up, and you can fast forward and skip through all of the sidebars. You could literally join us the last 30 minutes and catch up with us. But we don't want you to do that. We want you here chatting with us. $492. We're getting close. We're getting close. Court has not recessed for the day yet. They took a short recess, and now they will come back any minute and recess for the day. I feel sure that's probably just what we're waiting on. No one out defenses Mark the Shark. I know that's right. Oh, that reminds me. I need to text him. I wonder if he got. Glad you mentioned him. I forgot I needed to text him. Oh, let's see. Yeah, he's on it, doggone it. He is a good attorney. And I keep hearing that the female attorney is too, Liberty, but I have not got to see that yet because she's barely talked at all. And when she did, it was over the cell phone stuff, and she said that she doesn't know that much about the technology stuff. So we haven't got to see her really in action. $501. We got to 500. $502. 502 likes. Tell JT. Get the wig ready. What if like they're in there and they're like what if the camera guy fell asleep and they've adjourned for the day and they're gone for the weekend and he forgot. Like what if he's like asleep and here we are not knowing that, waiting. It's a possibility. We want 600. What else do you have to do during this time while we're waiting? You can hit the like button. That's what you can do during our time. What are you fussing at, Lucy? How many people are in chat? It says 801 now. I think we're going around 800, 900 to 1,000 all day. Okay, Mark texted back. He said they got the mugs that we sent them. I've made them. I designed them custom mugs. It has the 13th Juror logo on one side, and then on the other side, it has one of them had Mark the Shark, and it has like a little shark thing, and the other one said Mighty Heidi, and it has like the little like flexing arm. So I sent them those, and he said that they opened them today, and he said it was great. Thank you so much. We put them in the conference room. Oh, and Heidi's going to call soon. She's going to come on the chat too, so we can pick her brain about everything. That's awesome. They are fantastic attorneys. Yeah, when he said that this was going to be a short recess, looking at the clock, I was like, they're literally going to do recess and then come back just to dismiss everybody. Can our sidebar have a gray and white marble theme? Look, if they're at the sidebar that has a gray and white marble, every hour on the hour, then why can't we? Yeah, I think I'd have to look. I think the most we got to today was like 1,200. I think we either got right at 1,200 or just below 1,200. I think was our peak for today. Oh yeah, I saw Travis's new tattoo. It looked really good. Lordy, thank you. Lordy says you deserve a ton of credit sitting in that chair for hours. Today, when we're done here, we're done. Yesterday, I did this all day. And then when this ended, I had 2 hours before the interview that we did with Boom. So I did 2 hours of work, like research, pulling stuff, getting the questions together and all that. Then we did an hour and a half with him. Then we went straight into night court. I did the intro with night court. And then when I logged off from that, then I sat here and worked on those charts that I showed this morning until, I don't know, 1 or 2 a.m., something like that. I think it was like 17 hours or 18 hours, something like that. Sitting in this chair yesterday was insane. Let's see if we can find. And of course, there's Boom has left for the day. He left early today. He only did a half day in court today, so he's not tweeting. And Terry hasn't tweeted in an hour. Oh. Who on Law and Crime said they're done? Because they're still showing live and nobody's tweeted it that it's done. And they have to come back on the record to dismiss the jury for the day. Unless they just forgot to film it. Thank you, Virginia. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. It depends. I try to move around a little bit. Y'all see me like adjusting myself and trying to move around. I have like chronic back pain from where my tumor was. And then when I went through chemo and radiation and stuff, it shrunk it. So it shrunk a lot of the nerves around it and stuff. And so I have like in my lower back, I have a lot of pain. So I have to like adjust myself and like move around all day long. Night court is not tonight. It is Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. But it does have a rock. Rocking thing. Addie's saying it's done now. They're still showing. So did they just not film them releasing the jury for the rest of the day? See, if I rock like this, it doesn't hurt my back as bad. Yeah, somebody call the courthouse. All right, let's see. Right now it shows 532 likes. Let's see. Yeah, 532. Oh, we didn't finish the poll. Let's see. Let's end the poll. So poll results. 35% of you say late August. 28% still have faith that it will be done the end of July. 18% say September and beyond, and 17% say August 3rd. So we have either late August or late July as the top two answers. Isn't that funny? Because I even said, what if they just forgot to turn the camera back on? If they dismissed everybody and forgot to turn the camera back on? And look at. Okay, why haven't they ended the law and crime stream then? Because it's still up. Interesting. Good point, Angie. 2023 or 20. I think I said 2027 earlier is when it would be over. All right, so final count, 9 sidebars, 19 objections, and 6 breaks. The final count for today. That's crazy. Let's see. No, I could not imagine getting paid $12 a day to sit here for 47 business years. Can you please do a shout out to Nan R for me? She is amazing. Yes, Nan R is amazing. We love Nan R. did she get her evidence in? She got in the Cellbrite report, and she has barely even started being able to go over any of it. There were so many breaks and objections and recesses and sidebars and shots and squats. Arguing over the phone for 1 million years. So they were able to, he admitted said that they would admit the report into evidence. Oh, that's something that I noticed. Okay, let's talk about that real quick and then we're going to go because I'm not sitting in the chair any longer than I actually have to. All right, let's see. All right, okay, so did we notice that the messages that, okay, when they came back from lunch, the messages that she was showing in order to prove that it was his phone, did you notice the timestamps on them? Oh, gosh. Yeah, my back's starting to hurt. Let me go back. I made notes of this because I thought, like, holy crap. Okay, so remember when they were saying that that they didn't know if he had his phone, if somebody else had his phone? I did notice the timestamps, and I'm sure, with them getting the Cellbrite report in there, we'll hear more about this later. But I did notice that on October 26th, so there were a bunch from September, yes, but the ones that I'm talking about were October. So October 26th. So keep in mind, this is when all this happened. Let's see, 5:16 a.m. His mom sent him a message asking to text location. Mom said, "I'm in Stewart," and she said, "I love you so much." And then 10:27, he sends his location to his mom at 3:40 a.m. Later that afternoon, she says she's coming over, and he said to bring Mariah. So this puts the phone in his hand the day of, or night of, rather, and the day after. So I'll be interested to see what other texts and stuff they have. So, but I did notice that. And I made notes of the timestamps too, so that I'll go back and not today, maybe tomorrow, depends. I might just do a beach day tomorrow and ignore my computer completely. But I am going to go back because I made the timestamps so that I can go back and double check all the dates and stuff so I can chart them. But so we do know now that the oh my gosh, my ears. Phone was in his possession, the day of and the day after the murder. So that answers that question. All right. I appreciate y'all coming and hanging out. Thank you so much. I am sad that they left us, which is actually kind of funny though, because I even said, like, what if they just forget us? And look at what they did. But I am going to get out of this chair so that I can relax a little bit. I appreciate y'all hanging out. If you haven't already liked, please go like our little video. And I will not be doing a live tomorrow during the day, but we do have night court tomorrow. And then on, oh, we only need 8 more likes. Is that it? Let me look. Let me look. Oh, mine says 554. So we're not going to do a live tomorrow. I'm too tired. But we are going to have night court tomorrow night, 8:45, 7:45 Central. We have the WTF show on Sunday night at 8:30. I think 8:30, 7:30 Central, I believe. And then we'll be back in court on Monday. So I appreciate y'all hanging out. Make sure that you check out night court. It is a blast. Oh yeah, it jumped up to 565. So we got a few more likes in there. See, still climbing in those last minutes. I appreciate y'all. If I do decide to do any of the chart stuff and put it out or whatever, then we'll go over it on Monday morning before we start. So I'm assuming that they're going to start at 9 o'clock again on Monday morning Eastern. So we will start about 15 minutes before that. So that's all I got for today. Enjoy your 3-day weekend, and we will see you tomorrow for night court. Thank you for reporting to jury duty. I will see y'all then.